Ladies and gentlemen, one of the things I like about the fact that they fully know that dragon flying exists at this point in time, and how it works, and how people work with it, blah, 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 and the fact that everyone has it, is they can do interesting things with level and overworld design. For example, they can build things vertically. You also notice there's an air current going back up to help players go back up.
Speaker Brinth, the High Speaker, has the situation under control.
Under control? The station is in ruins.
That's our first shot of Zone 2, the Ringing Deeps. First thing we see is a bunch of those mechs. Like, seriously, we've only seen one of these mechs so far. There are seven, on screen right now. One of them right up in our face. We've also got a dead Nerubian, some tiny little assister mechs, and another assistant mech. A bunch of machinists. Obviously, Brinth is right here. But also the way they frame just the terrain in the background there. First thing we see, obviously, cavern, duh. But foliage coming down from the ceiling, and pipes in the distance.
I speak for the machines.
The Titans. Looks like the Nerubians did a number on our station. Yes, I did, Spartan. How do you not know you're not resident? Alright,
Return if you have more queries.
I have been away too long. The machine speakers are clearly not faring well here. Does the High Speaker know about this? Nerubian sabotage and gross negligence are a devastating combination. We need to get Ironhall Station up and running as soon as possible. It is a vital link between the Ringing Deeps and the city above. Please help our injured workers.
Conversation. This is unacceptable. If Uzjax won't aid the injured, then we will.
Keep it quick.
Speaker Brinth acknowledged. Outlanders, there is work to do. One of the larger minecarts has derailed. It's blocking the station's main junction. My workers' productivity is impaired and they're functioning suboptimal. The Titans put us here to work, but my workers aren't all working. Can you go back and get us on track? Be careful. I see that you're made of flesh and bone. I don't want you to be crushed.
Your ways are strange.
So yeah, as you can see, this place got hit pretty hard. And you're probably thinking, wait, when did this happen? Actually, the timeline is pretty well designed here, all things considered. This is almost assuredly hit by the army that then hit the city up above. It probably smashed through here on its way up, right? Remember, the specific spot... Yeah, that's great. The specific spot that it hit up top... come on. Was right here. At the coreway. Let's see if it even still shows it as being broken on the map. Now this also makes sense considering this was the bulk of their primary army. You know, the one that we have, as of this point in time, knocked over. And they don't really have much of a military down here. Yeah, continuing to reinforce the significance of the coreway here. Good morning, Five. Yep. Now, the funny thing is, Brinth says she hasn't been down here for a long time. The thing I find myself wondering in the back of my head is, Is that by earthen definitions of a long time? Because earthen are sort of naturally, I don't want to say slower, but they just have had a different view on time. Remember, the awakening machine died out, what was it, 5,000 years ago? Something like that?
Appreciation offered.
And she's worried about the fact that her species will go extinct within the next millennia, 10 centuries.
Expressing relief. Glad to see a friendly... whatever you are.
Which is funny, because I'm playing an earthen. But it was much funnier in my original character, who was a demon hunter blood elf. Which would be completely outside of their experience and understanding. So that would mean it's actually probably longer than 5,000 years ago.
Timely intervention. I declare my gratitude.
Well, I declare... Sorry. Hello? Are you okay? Whoever you are? The hell is this thing? I mean, it is something I'll have to think about at some point, Xavion, but yeah, it's... Okay, I don't know what that was. Nice, Ismir Star, congrats. Yep. It's funny that we've had no real underground zones for obvious reasons, and then we suddenly have Zarlek and then Ringing Deeps. Not quite back to back, but pretty close.
This sounds suspicious.
Report requested. Did you find anything? A what? A Scaradin? This information is irrelevant to my assignment. Focusing on work.
Watch.
A Scarden? Here? Does the High Speaker know?
That is not your concern. We do as he commands.
Great Titan. Remember that hierarchy problem I mentioned? That hierarchy problem's been around since the Titans have been on screen, which is Wrath. Well, the Earthen don't quite have the same problem because some of the Earthen are further along development in droid effect than others are. But that hierarchy problem is absolutely still here. One moment. Were they in Grimbatal? Let's double check that. Or were they supposed to be? I guess is a better way to phrase it. Nope, yep. You are correct. Grimbatal, Cataclysm. What I thought. Because, yeah, that was during the... They were actually part of the lore as of the War of the Three Hammers, and that's what cursed them. Which makes sense because they were void-cursed dwarves. Now we have void-cursed Earthen. So, whoo.
The machines must be preserved.
Thank you for getting the workers on their feet. You've restored order, or at least enough for us to get back to work. The best way to impress Foreman Uzjax is getting work done, and you're doing that. But tread carefully. He's loyal to the powers that be, so we should watch what we say.
May the deeps continue to ring.
I'm seeing legitimate concerns. We have to do something about the Nerubians, even if the High Speaker won't. If he won't do something, I will. The High Speaker sent me to the surface because I wasn't reasonable. I think we should have a chance to reason with him. Let's go to Gundergaz.
May your cogs hold true.
I'm sorry, who's the High Speaker?
Back to work.
Agni. So, this is a great introduction to the High Speaker. 4 Earthen carrying his throne forward by ropes.
This is the realm of the machine. And I am the High Speaker. And who is this? Brinth? I almost forgot I sent you away. I have been busy addressing our greatest problem. The Awakening Machine. What distractions have you brought before me this time, Prince?
These outlanders crashed on our shores.
I have no time for your misadventures.
High Speaker, the Nerubians.
Enough! Outlanders, you may wander where you will. But when you are done, return from whence you came. The High Speaker has spoken!
So, very funny, haha. But no, that's the problem we're facing here. I also agree with the assessment that that's rather Mogu. For probably the exact same reason, too. How many of you have ever played a builder game? Satisfactory is a good example. Grounded would qualify. Factorio. There's a bunch. Of course, I can't think of any others. That's right. It's his edict. You'd have to understand. So, the reason I bring that up is one of the more common aesthetics I see amongst players who aren't trying to make super factories is lush, green foliage and rolling hills, and then there's just a railway going through it. There's this wonderful aesthetic they manage. They did it a little bit back in the last zone, but they do it a whole lot more here. Natural terrain, which has chunks so clearly either bolted onto or carved out of what used to be natural terrain. It's a great aesthetic. It really does feel like this used to be just like this whole basin here, and then they carved or built this entire facility out on top of and in front of it, right? Big old metal pipes going through here, connecting the various machineries and whatnot. And then we just go back to, like, normal freaking cave with some roads in it, The best part is, because this is earthen architecture, this works even better than normal.
Hostiles.
No.
We need to step up.
Because this is earthen architecture, it looks so contrary. Like, these kind of harsh... Shut up! These kind of harsh lines and brutalist architecture isn't natural. And it's alongside, nice big sloping ridges and foliage overgrowing everything and blah, blah, blah. What, you mean the movie Trek Reviewer? Why would I watch that Trek? I like Star Trek, not Star Trek. Moving on. This also applies to Gundergaz itself. Even within the central city, you can see just, the natural completely contrasted with the artificial. And yeah, a lot of what we saw up top was specifically Unbound. Down here, we got almost nothing but machine speakers. Also, a few little tiny details that help to indicate how long this place has been unfunctioning. You remember how one of the first things we saw in Dornagal was how there were cracks with weeds growing in them and how there's just parts of it that clearly had infrastructure problems. When we get down here, we can see the same damn thing. Weeds and sand and whatever this weird fungus stuff is. Just wherever. Yeah, this place hasn't been properly maintained probably in a very long time. And since we just saw the High Speaker quite literally being carried around on a freaking cart by his gosh darned earthen, then we could probably see why. Yeah. Anyway, so using our new standard, which is MSQ before side, let's just go ahead and pursue the MSQ. There's just piles of rubble out here. Ignore that. That doesn't exist. There we go.
What is your query?
So much for reason. The Ringing Deeps has plenty of problems, and the High Speaker is obviously distracted. He sounds obsessed. If you and your companions can help us solve some of our challenges, maybe I can convince the Machine Speaker to help us against the Nerubians. That is a problem that concerns us all.
Task resumed.
Gundergaz is my home, or at least it was before the High Speaker saw fit to reassign me above ground. I've missed my home, but it's changed. As the number of machine speakers decreases, we are in a race against time. Lately, we've been especially weary of our assigned tasks, but as always, we must bear our burdens. Let me give you the tour quest.
I will ensure your name is in the archive.
Gotta have a tour quest.
Another interruption?
Is that Brinth? Speaker acknowledged. Thank the Titans you're here. We lose more of our kin with each passing shift.
Yeah, by the way, spoilers, not the last time we're going to have a Here's the Town quest. So, this is one of my favorite little tiny details here. This is their eating area. But because these are earthen, it's not just, you know, cinder brew and rocks, gems. But it's also, it's kind of hard to tell, but this is actually underwater, too. So it's a heated spa where you eat. It's a nice development of the same idea we saw up top.
Need something to do? Praise the machine, it's Brinth. Are you here to deal with the kobold raids? The High Speaker won't lift a finger to help.
Kobolds. Ugh, hate them. Can't wait to kill all the kobolds in this zone. And feed them to the eels.
We all have our tasks.
In better days, the Awakening Machine bestowed us with the life force for to work for thousands of years. We reaffirmed our loyalty each time we returned to it. Now we've been slipping into stasis one by one, and discontent is growing. For every plaque on this plinth, another earthen has shut down. Until the machine is restored, our earthen in stasis cannot awaken. I see earthen working hard. I also see you walking around. I hope your time here is productive. That's right. Why are the machine speakers here? The Titans put us here. We comply with their original directives, articulating primary agenda. We maintain the machines, we expand the facility, we generate energy and harvest materials, and we serve the High Speaker. Response complete. We all do our part.
Back to work.
By the way, have you noticed that the machine speakers in general are way more robotic than the people up top? Which makes sense because, Brinth has been kind of like that too. If you'll notice, like for example, use Council Ward Merrick's or Baelgrim. Both of them, wonderful voice acting, by the way, both of them had a little bit more emotion, a little bit more nuance into how they spoke. But Brinth was always just a little bit more robotic than the rest. Then we get down here and we find out Brinth is actually more emotive than basically everyone down here. However, if you're paying attention, you'll notice we have already met one machine speaker who is more emotive than Brinth, the High Speaker.
You don't look busy enough. Speaker Brinth, you've returned. Unlike the missing shipments from Taylok and its foreman.
And yeah, Deborah Wilson is as amazing as she always is. Taylok, yeah, we'll check that place out later.
Directive?
Problems are increasing, numbers dwindling. High Speaker is distracted, kobolds are attacking. Shipments are missing from Taylok, and Earthen aren't returning from their shifts. Where to begin? I don't know what you're talking about. There's nothing there, Luthor. Looks like our work is cut out for us.
So this awakening machine is what recharges the earthen?
Yes, but it has been broken for millennia. That is why our numbers are dwindling.
Yeah, when I first saw her, I was like, oh my god, it's Doc Ock, but it's kind of grown on me. I have heard about a problem nearby, and I think I know what's wrong. We used to have mining operations northeast of Gundergaz. When we moved out, the kobolds moved in. We haven't heard from those kobolds in a long time, but it sounds like they're raiding us now, and the High Speaker is doing nothing about it. Someone has to do something. If we can solve this, more machine speakers will listen to us. If the High Speaker doesn't get results, we will.
Return if you have more queries. Moira, please continue speaking to the citizens here. Outlander, I'd like your help with this kobold problem.
What kobold problem? What kobold problem? Sorry. Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of time shenanigans, don't mind me. If it's not obvious, those characters aren't there your first time through.
Look at this mess. Beaten back and battered with nothing to show for it.
Yeah, emergency militia. Also known as Earthens with hammers.
Please proceed.
By the order of the High Speaker, you're to hold the kobolds here. Run, flee! The kobolds are coming! The kobolds are coming! Have no fear. I, Horde Runner, storied hero, famous paladin, I'm here to save the day. Yeah, I'm going to go with the less egotistical option of Speaker Brent and I are going to investigate. Hold on till we get back.
Begin speaking.
Another interruption.
As expected, I suppose. We're engineers and crafters, not soldiers. Thankfully, Outlander, we have you. Let's scout the mines.
Not the kobolds again. Ugh. So, okay. Obviously, there's only so much you can do to make a cave interesting looking. I'm not sure I've ever seen a cave look more interesting than this. I want to stress what I mean by that. There are places underground that could look interesting. You could have glowing fungus. You could have, like, hanging cities. You could have big waterways. You could have interesting structures. You know, there's all kinds of things you can do to make an underground area. When I say a cave, you know what I mean. That's a cave, right? Rock, sand, dirt. That's a cave. And they pull a lot of tricks to add a lot of visual variety to the shot I'm looking at right now. Like, obviously, there's the texturing on...
Go take Candle.
Obviously, there's the textures on the ground. Ignore... I'm hearing kobold voices. Ignore them. Ignore them. Every now and again, you see, like, piles of rubble and rock. In fact, if you pay attention to, like, the specific patterns, you could see how that fell down to there and then fell down to there. And so, like, the rubble is actually following a logical pattern rather than just being placed wherever. It's clear that this particular hillside has been crumbling for some time, bit by bit. Obviously, we've got the stalactites and stalagmites here and there, and little bits of foliage, not much, just little bits of foliage, but also grass and dirt and trees, you know, tree stub things. There's a fairly large amount of effort being put into making a cave look legitimately interesting. And that's before we get to the parts where you actually see the foliage, the actual overgrown parts of the cave. And I just wanted to give credit where credit is due, because it is harder than you'd think to take something that by its default standard is boring and make it look interesting. How often have we seen a cave look good in video games? I don't want to overpraise this, quite the contrary. Every other zone just kind of knocked us out of the park, including the other parts of this zone. I just wanted to give praise for this section. I mean, even look at stuff like this right here, where they actually bother to have... I've seen caves in real life that look like that. The calcification, whatever those are called, those formations, where like you can tell where it dripped down over time to make those things. I would say the Underdark does not actually count, for the same reason that, you know, the further places further south of here don't count, because the Underdark is not a cave. It's underground. I know that sounds the same thing, but you know what I mean. The Underdark has, like, weird alien mushrooms. I was just there a couple nights ago, because we just hit the Underdark in our Baldur's Gate 3 co-op playthrough. Yeah, Hallowfall isn't a cave. The fourth zone isn't a cave. This is a cave right here. You're looking at it. Browns and a bit of grays and kind of dulls, but look at how much detail is on that screen. Hell, they've even got trusses, I think is what those are called, holding up parts of the rock to make sure that it doesn't fall more apart. Look at that. Yeah, no, this used to be a mine. You can also tell it hasn't been a mine for a while. Look at how completely overwhelmed the tracks are here. This landslide here, this didn't happen overnight, right? And then we get to areas like this, where you start to see some of the detailing and the candles everywhere. And there's this nice orange glow everywhere you're at one of the candle spots. And we'll talk more about that later. But again, all of that's separate. All of that's separate. I'm just talking about the cave. Like, Suikoden, right? Good game. Yeah, pretty decent brickwork. Until you go into one of the dungeons, and at which point it's a cave. See, this is not a cave. It's underground. But look at this. Look at that detailing. Look at the structures and the facilities. There's these giant smelting, like, oh god, I don't even know what to call these things. Giant ass buckets, like house-sized buckets carrying molten metal. Or at least they should be carrying molten metal up to those. And a dungeon, hey. They've even got cannons defending it. This is insane, but we're not here yet. We're not here yet. But I'm trying to make the overall point. This isn't a cave. This is brilliant. It's underground. But it's not like the cave tile set, right? Ladles? Ladles? Anyways, sorry. I apologize. Moving on.
Candle King is crazy, forcing kobolds into war, but many want peace.
Candle King? Perhaps we face a common foe.
Hello, Skitter. Definitely for the first time and not actually for the third time because of temporal shenanigans. Wait, no! Ah, crap! No! Okay, I can work with this. Hang on. Oh my god, look how cute the Scoodlefish is. Yeah, they actually did mention the Candle King all the way back in Legion. Looks like I have not captured any of this. I stopped doing pet battles a long time ago. Whenever Gnomeregan came out. Which I don't remember when that was. It's been a while. Yeah, sure. But it looked like it was caught, but it's not. Oh my god, come on, game. Warcraft 2. Trust me, you wouldn't recognize Warcraft 1 music if I played it. No, seriously. You'd be like, what the hell is this nonsense? Oh, I don't know, Izmir Star. Yeah, no, Warcraft 2 music frickin' slaps. Always has. That's nothing new. Damn it. I can't find it. No. Well, okay, I surrender, because, like, I literally have nothing else that can fight you there. Hem. Anyways. Meanwhile, not that. Whatever. Hang on, I gotta see... Well, hang on. Ah!
You have my focus.
Many earthen fell when the kobolds took this mine. Worse, those who fell were left to crumble where they dropped, no attempt to recover them. We couldn't provide closure or respect their memories. Why? Why did we forsake the fallen? We will not fail them again. Gather the identification plaques of the lost so we may commemorate them properly.
Conversation...
By the way, I love the idea that the earthen are really big on death rituals. I know what you're saying. Most species are big on death rituals, and you're right. But in the earthen's case specifically, they're so catalog-y. They document everything. So it makes perfect sense that it would literally bother them, almost in like an OCD kind of a way, if they're not able to jot down what earthen deaths have happened. And yeah, earthen deaths is also different, because earthen death is kind of... Well, we've technically already talked about it when we unlocked the earthen on camera. But also, they haven't really revealed the full nature of what earthen death is yet. It's fascinating, honestly. But you get the point.
I will ensure your...
The first step to stemming our losses and retaking the mines is straightforward, if unpleasant. Without minions, the Candle King will be less of a threat to Gundergaz. See if you can reduce the swarm before hostilities escalate further.
May the deeps continue to ring.
Kobolds take candles seriously. Wax even more. More important than gold. More important than freedom. We steal candles from Candle King. We make him look weak. Bully that looks weak loses control. Gets dead. Also means we have to wait in dark until get eaten. Hurry!
Considering theory, if we depose this Candle King, then perhaps the raids on Gundergaz will cease.
I mean, at some point, Maverick. Yeah. So, Talia, this is Warcraft 1 music. It's actually pretty good for the time. But, like... Okay, so I gotta find this track that Luthor was mentioning. It is actually kind of memorable. I unironically enjoy Warcraft 1 music. Go ahead and make fun. But Warcraft 1 music is such a completely separate animal from Warcraft 2 music. That was weird. I mean, Warcraft 2 codified a lot of what Warcraft is, which makes sense. It was the first game that was supposed to be Warcraft. Yeah, exactly, Clays. Clays? To really put this into immediate contrast. Hang on. So, same general thing. Human 1.
It's time! Go take Kendall!
You got it, Skitter. I don't want to take an orders from you, but I'll do it. Yeah, we just heard this music a second ago. And yeah, the Anniversary did this a little bit too, and I feel like there's another place where this plays. Correct, and then the Warcraft 2 expansion is when we went past the portal, and that led to the disruption of said portal, and eventually the destruction of Draenor into Outland. Only very, very briefly, Fife. I haven't really poked at it yet. Tell you what, it's going to make streaming that game a lot simpler. Like, I can get Warcraft 1 on camera, and I already did my tech tests on that, but for the eventual Warcraft 1 stream, yeah, we're just going to use the remaster. There's a Faded Memory Gemstone. We'll go ahead and bring that back to Brinth. See what she makes of it. Have you noticed just how much wax is around here? Like, those are giant candles, like literally 10-foot tall candles sitting in a giant pile of wax. Yeah, no, the remaster is just better. Not the least of which because of the fact that you can play the original in the remaster. And yeah, it streams better, it grabs better, it does better controls, blah, 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 blah. As much as there are things that people can and have complained about the remasters, that doesn't change the fact that it's just the superior version. Those new telegraphs. I'm still getting used to them. To use another direct contrast, let's listen to Orc 1. No, I do too, Fife. I mentioned it earlier. I kind of unironically like this take on it. Yeah, remember the mushroom buildings? So what you're listening to is specifically an OPL3, for those of you who know what that means. This is the music run through a Sound Blaster 16. I actually prefer this version to the MIDI version, but then again, I don't really like MIDI in general. I know, that MIDI's a format, but most MIDI sound fonts, eh. Oh man, I remember when I first started making music, it was in MIDI, duh. And I remember the first time I discovered Mod Tracker, and I was just like, oh my god. That was such a game changer. I still have the first song ever made in Tracker. It's crap, but it's an actual sound sample, and it has actual like the stuff you can do with it other than just being notes on a sheet. Sorry. That was a while ago. That would have been the 90s at that point. But you get the overall tone. This is Orc 1, right? Well, here's Warcraft 2's Orc 1. I mean, immediate difference. Ignore the candle mental. Ignore it. Ignore it. Okay, we're good. Oh, this is my favorite song in Warcraft 2. And I like a lot of Warcraft 2 soundtrack. Like, even from a technical perspective, this song just blows the previous one completely out the water. But it's also got a completely different tempo. Do you notice that? The tone of it is a race. The music is running, for lack of a better way to put it. And the war drums, and the flute, and the strings, and the choir. And that seamless loop in the middle of a stance. Actually, it's great. I'm not sure if this one has the expansions. Yeah, this is it, I think. Think? Now I'm doubting myself.
and that all the race hygiene of good quality of earwax.
That was certainly an exhaustive list. I would never have imagined all the uses of mammals' waxy secretions.
Agreed, Fife. Yeah, all that wax comes from people's ears, by the way. So, that's gross.
I know, do it!
I mean, Deborah Wilson is amazing. Wedlock. Did you take candle? Just don't ask where they got the wax.
Bring back snack.
He visibly relaxes in the presence of the candles. Ah, good. Now get me out of this.
Yep, you got this.
I attend to the archive. May your cogs hold true.
Earthen used these gems to hold memories we would otherwise lose to the unrelenting march of time. When an earthen goes into stasis, we sometimes use a memory gem to witness their final moments. During our lives, we use them to carry out precious memories to the archive where they can be stored. And we recharge our bodies and renew our minds in the awakening machine. Thank you for returning this. Even shattered and faded, it is still precious. This sounds a lot like StarCraft music.
Task resumed. Return if you have more queries.
Thank you, Horde Runner. The fallen will be remembered. The earthen above us have their own rituals of remembrance, and the machine speakers have procedures in place. There's a plinth in the town square with the plaques of the fallen. Gerlax will ensure the proper observances are performed, along with a process check and recalculation of worker allocation. Work never stops here.
Back to work.
Some of the kobolds are retrofitting equipment left behind when the mines fell. Please destroy the rigs before they're used against us. I'd rather they be scrapped than in the hands of the enemy.
I will ensure your name is in the archive.
Cogchewer's muscle for Candle King. So mean. Rebuilds earthen gears for wars. Also in charge of mines defenses. Need to get keys to mines. Get me out of this thing.
You take key from Cogchewer.
And destroy the rigs he stole. They could spell disaster for Gundergaz.
True, Savion. By the way, nice little detail. Skitter was left here with a unlit candle and no candles, and was visibly freaking out. We bring back some of the candles, Skitter starts visibly relaxing, and the animation relaxes too. Because now there's a frickin' candle just sitting right next to them. Sorry. Amusing little tidbit. I just wanted to comment on it. So now I'm curious, what does human sound like? Ah! Ah! It's been a long time since I've listened to the expansion stuff. I don't know the expansion that well in general, as some of my commenters on YouTube will attest to. Like, I forgot that Stormwind was even in Warcraft, too. It's in the expansion. No, I know, it's funny, because Warcraft 2's expansion is what added so many of the main characters we are currently interacting with, because Illyria and Khadgar, well, Khadgar was in this expansion, but Illyria is still in this expansion. And Turellian will poke his head in later, too. For the king. Voice actress is a little different. Because, you know, it's been 30 years. Yeah, it's actually funny. We look at characters like Greymane as being, you know, old school, and they are. Gilneas, you know, Warcraft 2. We actually have a good handful of characters who are still around from Warcraft 2. Only a handful, though, at this point. A lot of them have died out. Yeah, Deathwing's gone. Kargath is gone. Grom is gone. Oh, gosh. I mean, that is literally true, Valerian. Oh yeah, we lost Gorefiend back in BC. Ner'zhul we technically lost in Shadowlands, but functionally we lost back in Warcraft 3. I still have this terrible weapon. I have yet to get a weapon to drop. Oh, we won! Yay! Alright, enough Warcraft 2. Nobody likes Warcraft 2. Get out of here, get out of here. Yeah, I mentioned Kargath earlier. He did. Cho'Gall is dead too. Yep, we lost him. Both cooldowns are dead. Like I said, we functionally lost Ner'zhul back in Frozen Throne, but we literally lost Ner'zhul in Shadowlands. Negative to story. That's the tagline for Shadowlands. The Shadowlands. Negative to story. Let's see. Who else? Why is your name Cog Chewer? Why do you have shrines of candles on your mech? Are you going full Warhammer? Never go full Warhammer. Okay, here we go. So Lothar's dead. He died in Warcraft 2. Uther is dead. He died in Warcraft 3, but also he left the narrative in Shadowlands, negative to story. Turelion, he's still around. Illyria, Daneth, he's kind of roaming. Khaggar, he just left the narrative. Kurdrin, yep. Grom's dead. Kargath's dead. Zul'jin's dead. Cho'Gall's dead. I think Dentar's dead. I don't even remember. Deathwing's dead. Terran's dead. Gul'dan's dead. And that's all the hero units. Yep, nope, Dentarg is dead. Sorry, I was double checking. Now, that's just units. There's a few ones that are mentioned in the background lore. It is funny to think about. It would have been relatively easy to just kind of write Warcraft 2 off and walk away from it. But they've never really done that. I mean, even Outland, which was a major component of Warcraft 3, is a direct consequence of Warcraft 2. Anyway, sorry, I agree completely, Spartan. One of the biggest interesting comparison points between FF14 and WoW is the two games approach music completely differently. WoW has only started doing scene music really recently, relatively speaking. Frankly, I would say as recently as Dragonflight. Enough off the deeper end. By contrast, FF14 has done scene music as far back as ARR. Technically 1.0, but we're not going to count that. Like, they have boss songs, they have, you know, individual dungeon songs, stuff like that. And those songs are pretty much designed to be the thing you're listening to while you're doing the dungeon. You know, like a Final Fantasy game. But, like... This is why we've been reviewing the music of the two games so differently. Most of the music positives in FF14 are on the gameplay axis because they're just bangers. Whereas most of the music positives for WoW are story-wise because they're there to set the scene.
Conversation initiated.
Protect us from big bads.
Don't worry. I got you. FF14 has a couple of issues in music utilization. Cough, cough, Dawn Trail, cough, cough.
The machines must be preserved.
Now that we have keys, it's time to take the fight to the Candle King. Get the gate open. Could you give me a weapon, please? No.
May your cogs hold true. We'll meet you on the inside.
Good to be free, but attack from front is bad idea.
Oh, absolutely, Pillagers now. It's not like WoW doesn't have pluses to gameplay, and it's not like FF14 doesn't have pluses to story. It's just the leaning is one way or the other. I do find it funny that WoW's music leans towards story, though, since the common, frankly, misconception is that FF14 is more story-focused than WoW is. Like, one of the earliest comments I got, all the way back when we were still in, like, Cataclysm, I think, was someone saying, I thought WoW didn't have a story focus. And it's like,
Think I not see what you do in my mind?
Hello, Darren DePaul.
Run round, steal candle, kill kobold. I'm Candle King. Snoot, snout, leave new friends, early mantle present, and closed door behind. We not entertain today.
I sometimes wonder how many lozenges he has to do when he does that type of voice. That's pretty much exactly how he voiced, Blackhand over in Warlords as well. That's true, Maverick. That is true. And that's actually a fair point to be made. Oh no, this is the first time kobolds finally start getting some characterization. We've talked about this. Almost every creep race has at least one point in the narrative where they finally get some camera focus and some development. Well, it's the kobold's turn. Yeah, we've seen a little bit with the monks. Gnolls with Monarch. The Murlocs have dipped their toes in and out of being story relevant. They've had a weirdly large amount of development over the years, but it's all been piecemeal. Not like this, where they just get focus for an expansion.
Candle King is cruel, but very strong. Too strong to attack like this.
Need do dungeon.
You have my focus.
Yeah, we literally have a Murloc expedition explorer guy. Like, that's the kind of stuff we get for the Murlocs. Now, that goes as far back as Wrath. With the guy who wanted us to save his son. So, our new kobold friend may have some better ideas. Is it giving me a better frickin'
May the
trinket.
deeps continue to ring.
So I could use a better frickin' trinket. I need gear. Oh my god, I need gear.
Friends have food, right?
Before take mines, my people live in Great City. Stoneheads call it Warrens. Candle King's bullies run it now. We need to see what we're fighting. Let kobolds know we are here to help. Better choices than Candle King. What better way than pamphlets? Everyone loves pamphlet. We draw real good. Yeah, by the name of this quest is Manifesto Destiny. Brynth say you have flying dragon bird thing? Perfect for scout. Perfect for dropping... Yes, dragon flying bird thing.
Be back, right?
That's definitely what I have.
In Warrens, they no need Candle King.
It seems I underestimated the problem. And you, Skitter.
At least you take action, Stonehead. That's better than other Earthen.
Yeah, there's a reason most of my 80 alts are pretty
Find
ungeared.
a good place to set up. Flare out!
I love how silly this music is, by the way. This is now the Warrens, the Kobold town. I'm going to pause real quick because I want you to appreciate the Kobold city. Just take it in for a second. Everyone has...
Kobold built great city. Big towers. Lots of room.
Okay, god dang it. Yes, yes.
Many jobs, too. Candle making, wax harvest, scrap salvage. Many. Used to be happy place. Now bullies and fear everywhere.
It's relatable. Okay, so for real, let's just try to take this in for a second. So here we have the giant vats, which are clearly just chunks of metal bolted crudely together in order to melt all the wax in, and they've got little fire mages melting the wax. So this is where they actually make their candles. See, they just kind of dangle them off of the ropes, which I believe is actually how you make candles in some places. Giant chunk of candles at the top of these little mountain things. And yeah, so I want you to take these tiny, cute little houses into account. They're so ramshackle, I love it. Like, it's clearly just chunks of scavenged wood that have been bolted or nailed together. And occasionally, chunks of actual pre-existing wood. Like you can see, that's just a chunk of a railway, complete with the rails still in it as the roof. And if we go a bit further down, we can see they've got emergency candle rations, big old barrels for booze. They've got a fancy hat on their door just in case they need it. There's another fancy, a lot of fancy hats actually. Not now. Trying to show off how awesome your town is. You don't take candle. I don't want your candle. I have your candle. What? Your candle is mine. It always was. And yeah, of course, each house clearly has some light coming out of it because, of course, they've got the light. The kobolds have a really big thing with light. The no-take candle thing is really funny because it really was just a random voice clip from Vanilla. Because one of the first quests we ever saw with the kobolds in World of Warcraft was go get their wax to help me make some candles for the dude over in Elwyn Forest. They have developed that into an entire cultural fixation. Not necessarily because of wax itself, but because wax is an easily procurable resource for them. Don't think about that too much. And because they absolutely hate the shadows. If you remember, there was actually a little side area, secondary quest, in Legion where we could go and snuff out the candles in an area. If we did, something really bad came out of the depths to try and attack us. Yeah, exactly, Huthor. Like, I love the fact that they took what was effectively a one-off joke and made it into a thing. And, considering that we know that the light, excuse me, the magical energy of the light, is faith-based, it would not surprise me if most kobolds are, at the very least, minor practitioners of light. Again, I point out the fact that Skitter physically relaxed in the presence of a candle. Like, and if you've ever been in a situation where you're having a sort of anxiety because of something, you know what that feels like. If I could share a personal relation, if you've ever been driving and a cop pulls up behind you and is driving behind you, and you just sort of tense, right? You don't know what they're doing. You don't know why they're there. They could be following you. They could be trying to bully you. They could be trying to pressure you. They could just be happening to go the same way you're going. You don't know. And then you start running through your head, have I done anything wrong? I don't think I've done anything wrong recently. Okay. And there's just this clenching. And then eventually the cop veers off and goes off in their own way. Because obviously they don't even notice you exist. But that physical unclench when the cop leaves your rear view mirror. I know some of you know what that feels like. No judgment. And I feel like that's exactly what Skitter went through the moment they were like, ah, a candle. Okay. I'm better. I'm better.
We're friends, right?
Yes, we are.
No take anything, I no take.
Everything we have use. Even things stoneheads throw away and think worthless. Kobolds know better. Go see what you can find. Need to scavenge lots of scrap. Enough for kobold crafting of new homes.
Protect us from big bads.
Bullies everywhere. Innocent kobolds kept down by Candle King's thugs across all Warons. Meh. Give bullies taste of own medicine. Once bullies beaten, innocents have chance to run. Be free!
Now we deal with bullies, so Warrens can be free.
Wait, do you hear that? Is that the sound of us going through a place and knocking over yet another dictatorship so some kind of representative government can take place? I swear to God. So, for those of you not aware, that's a thing in FF14. Always has been, going as far back as ARR. I swear to God that WoW's writers and devs, who we know play FF14, saw that idea and was like, you know what? Because that's actually kind of a more recent thing in WoW. Like, I would say BFA at the earliest. That would be interesting, Uthor. Then Anduin's like, you know what? God, you're right. We have to go kill what's-his-face. I don't remember his name because he's not a good character. That's true. The dwarves did it first, all the way back in Kata. What's funny is if you remember the lore of that, you'll know that that was intended to be a temporary measure. It's just never been undone. Even though Dagran is technically of age now, he still hasn't claimed the Dwarven throne, which he does have legal rights to. I mean, considering the Human Heritage quest, I'm just saying. Exactly. You see where I'm going with that. And yeah, make that crap cross faction. Yeah, it's like, you know what? Maybe we don't need a Dwarven king. And you know Dagran is in no hurry to claim that throne, so he's just like, yeah, I'm good with that. I can just picture it. Is Dagrin, Your Majesty? Huh? What? He's in a book. He's reading. What's going on? Yeah, we were thinking about... would you mind not claiming the throne? Yeah, okay, sure, whatever. Okay, thanks. Ding. Hey, Kratzman! Okay, where are we at? Where are we at? In our lightsmithing game? There we go. Actually, yeah. Dagrin abdicating would... You're right. The throne would legally fall to Moira. And Magni would probably back that play, too. Let's go with that. Moira strikes me as the kind of person who really values advisors and counsel. She's literally said as much to her own son. You know, this is sad, but it never even occurred to me that Dagrin is probably autistic. You're right. I'm sorry, can I gush about this music again? This is like the third time in War Within specifically the music has just kind of been perfect. Here, listen to this for a second. Even the instrument choice is softer. Softer is the wrong word. Rather than like tambourines or metal drums or whatever, it feels like leather drums. It feels like something you'd scavenge and put together instead of something you'd construct. Or maybe FF9 music? I don't know. So much of War Within's music has put into mind other soundtracks. In a good way. What really makes me sad, Huthors, I don't recognize any of those names. Well, this is like FF9 music. Think about wandering around Alexandria with a little bit less pomp and circumstance. Earlier we had music during the Proscenium, the theater section, which sounded straight out of Secret of Mana. Hang on, let me do something here. Yeah, no, ditto, as Star. There's definitely some Diablo 3 vibes, especially in the third zone. Which is good, because I was worried if they did Diablo 4 vibes, that wouldn't be a bad thing. Brower was good, he was, and he's done some of my favorite music. But
Someone didn't get the message.
I don't know, they've gotten better. I don't know if that's because the composers are better or because they're working more closely with the rest of the team or what. But WoW music has just gotten better in recent years. I don't know what to say about that.
You're too big. Yep, you got this.
You'll be surprised. Kobold crafting is amazing.
You remember, I'm helpful.
I mean, BFA is what I usually consider to be my favorite soundtrack overall in WoW. Although War Within is definitely on pace to beat that.
Bring back Snack.
Yeah, exactly, Huthor. Like, Brower was legit, right? I'm almost positive, quote me if I'm wrong here, but I'm almost positive that Brower made this song. I mean, it sounds like him. I'm also pretty sure he did this one. It didn't say. Anyway, sorry, it's weird. Moving on, moving on. This is just music day.
You'll be back.
Everyone in chat, oh, stop playing music, God. Our style runs warrants from Kendall King. Nothing but big bully. Very, very big bully. We show everyone, bullies can be beaten.
I'll take anything I no take.
Oh, 100% is Mirror. If candles are important to Kobold society, I have an idea that may disrupt their production, or at least make sure there's an unpleasant surprise waiting for our enemy. Take the cinder brew, drop some in the large vats of wax. It is a powerful explosive. It burns aggressively, so try not to drop any. That's actually a good question. Who did Vanilla's music?
Mayhem. Mixing the cinder brew with candle wax should yield pyrotechnic results.
I think it was Stafford. I could be wrong about that. Do we know who did individual songs? Because who did the horn song? I'm just going to say that. Who did the one music negative in WoW? Like, Vanilla WoW has some legit music. It's very simple, but extremely atmospheric. And then there's the horns. I know we all have our off days, but who did the horns? We have to know. Like, we have to know at this point. We know who did individual songs. Like, I'm not joking. There are several cases where they will specifically cite who did an individual song. So surely we know who did the horns. Yeah, no, Ashenvale, what I usually think of as the Ashenvale song, which also plays during, like, Teldrassil and stuff, is awesome music. The Dead music, when you're a ghost, when you're running back to the graveyard, is still a great music, which still plays, too, in most areas. The Baron/Westfall theme, the theme for Doom Barogue. Those are great songs. Oh, ha! Yeah. I would love to reach out to whoever did the horns music and be like, so, no judgment, but how does it feel to contribute to one of the only music negatives the entire game has gotten? And what were you thinking? What was going through your head when you're like, horns? Were you rushed that day? Are you tired? Do you hate the players? I hate the players, I understand. I'm one of them. You know. I'm pretty sure Stafford was Zerg. Yeah, hang on. It should tell me. Probably doesn't. What do you want with that? Oh, it doesn't. It just says the trio. Which was Stafford, Duke, and Hayes. So I don't know which one did Zerg. Never mind. I know which one did Protoss. It's the one who did Warcraft 2. I feel like you're right off the deep end. I'm not sure. I don't like saying stuff that definitively when I'm not sure. Wow, that's a big kobold. How did you get that big? Whoa there. Baby, baby, what you doing? Let's see. You have clothes on? Baby.
Candle King weak, Bully's weak, just one thing left to do.
I attend to the archive.
Hopefully that takes them down a peg or two. A leader's power waxes and wanes. With all this destruction, the Candle King's power is waning.
Task resumed.
Sad he got away. But everyone else, see him as coward. Just as good. I'm tall, so I use words good. He's huge. He should use words gooder. Not very smart.
You'll be back, right?
We weaken Candle King's grasp. Still need symbol. Rally people. King has ancient relic. Symbol of hope. Candle crown. Heart of my people. Candle King threw away. Found new prize. Dark flame candle. What crown? Still in hoard. Candle King should come out now. See what we did here. Whilst he'd look, we sneak in. Use old tunnels. Take what's ours. We smart.
Bring back Snap.
Also, a weapon. Holy crap.
Protect us from big...
I make disguise out of scrap you collect. So look like kobold. Do you like looking like kobold? By the way, have you noticed the wonderful... I guess I'm going to put this under pacing. This is kind of a tone thing, though. Let's follow the line here, shall we? So we're up here. First thing that happened. Dalaran knocked out of the sky. Boom. Our home is destroyed. Holy crap. And then we're immediately on the back foot fighting against the Nerubians, and then we're immediately pushing back against the Nerubians. It's like, okay. Reconnoiter. What the hell's going on? Okay, get a little bit of exposition, figure out where we are, figure out who's here. First things first, we gotta fix that hole. Okay, let's go to the Freywold village. That's where the Unbound are. We go here, we'll learn about the Earthen. They send us over here, which sends us up here, which sends us back to town, which sends us out to the Cinderbrew Meadery. Big battle against the Nerubians, big win against the Nerubians. Feels like a loss, but it's still a huge win. Back here, down to the Deeps. The pacing of that, if you skip all the side quests, is very tight and very high intensity. The moment we get down to the Ringing Deeps, what's the first thing we see? What is almost a comical amount of obvious corruption amongst the local machines, the machine speakers. Everything's broken. Okay, how do we deal with all this? First thing we come across is Skitter. And since then, the tone has been brought way down. Like, we're at here at, like, just kind of like, we're helping the kobolds fight against the Candle King, for God's sakes. But that's perfect. Not just because it's lighter tone than all the stuff, but because it means our major enemy for the first section of the Ringing Deeps is the kobolds. Also the people we're trying to help, but you get my point, right? Going straight from the Nerubians to the kobolds was a brilliant idea, and it adds a nice breather section of levity to the second act.
Don't get too close to kobolds. Sneak in.
Yep.
Take back crown.
Yep, I'm a kobold. You can tell because I have a candle on my head. And yeah, this is also... So the first section, in addition to being high-paced intensity against the Nerubians, also did a lot of heavy lifting with developing the Earthen. Now, we have a lot of development fleshing out the kobolds. So that... What is that? Now, I've already hinted at this, but knocking out the candle suddenly makes this actual visible void energy spill out into the area, which gives a debuff called It's Getting Dark in Here, which slowly reduces your max health. Think about that as much as you want to. This is tangible void energy that the kobolds have been keeping at bay with their candles. Now we gotta kill a bunch of people. That's yeah, no, like, this is effectively Silent Hill, in the section that was supposed to be the lighthearted, silly section. I bring this up because it's one of those tricks fiction likes to play occasionally, where, you know, haha, they're just silly, or haha, they just have their own little superstition, isn't that cute? And then it turns out, oh, by the way, actually no, it was real the entire time. Usually it's like one crazy person who happens to have been right, but in this case...
Just dark. Dark can't hurt you if you keep light inside.
Yeah, Skitter didn't say that for our sake.
Just dark. Dark can't hurt you if you keep
to be
light
clear.
inside.
Yeah, Skitter is freaking out at the presence of the Void, which makes sense. It's the freaking Void. And yeah, as was pointed out earlier, the kobolds have a long and storied history of living with the Void. Or more accurately, living right next to it. And having to constantly push against it. It's no wonder they take so much significance with their frickin' candles.
Not too big to be scared of dark, was he? What is that?
Waximus. By the way, these are all hints of the bosses we'll be fighting in the dungeons. That's cool, too. Yeah, you know take Candle in vanilla. This was why. From the very beginning, this was why. It's kinda crazy how good this is. Just gonna sneak over here, don't mind me. Good afternoon, Evo. I was gonna say, it's still pretty morning, but...
We go deeper.
Yep, there are unpleasant things that live in the deeps of the world. The kobolds live with those regularly. Yeah, considering just how much Titan crap is going through the crust. I forget the official term for that of Azeroth.
Just ahead. Almost there.
Yeah, Azeroth has a unique geological structure to it. Manifold, yeah, that's right. So, Brigwin asks a great question, which I'm just going to let sit there until we get to the third zone, at which point we'll bring that question right back up.
Quick! Grab key! Take crown!
By the way, this whole area is just wax covered. Just covered in wax. To my knowledge, no, Gowry. A lot of the creep races haven't been developed enough for us to know how old they are.
Yes! Crown symbol of hope! Candle King, no take it from us!
That's
Now
right.
we escape! Let's go!
Candle King, no take candle. I do love the stylings of this place. I'm not giving any visual positives yet.
My candle, not lit.
Sounds a lot like Lilo, doesn't it? Or Stitch, excuse me, not Lilo. The one that's an alien.
Keep eyes out for shinies.
Oh, thank God, a new weapon. I've needed that so badly.
Stay out of dark.
There we go.
Directive?
We may not have overthrown the Candle King, but our work here has surely relieved some of the pressure against Gundargaz. And it's made us more than a few new allies as well. Our new friends will not be forgotten, on my word as speaker. There is a regrettable amount of available housing in Gundargaz of late. It will be nice to see the city come to life again, and we can certainly use the manpower. Shall we bring them home?
May the deeps continue to... I am sorry for what has happened to your people. I understand what it feels like to watch your home slip away.
At least we're friends now, yes? Not all is doom. More friends means less doom.
I like that quote. More friends means less doom. Enough said. Yeah, Warcraft in one sentence. I'm not joking. Warcraft, since Warcraft 3, has been all about different groups of people working together as part of a greater cause. The whole unity theme. Wait, no, those aren't friends. Who are no?
Someone didn't get the message. These are earthen resources.
Usually I'll go into writing or moments, Mr. Depending.
The Candle King may still hold power, Skitter, but your people have a home in Gundargaz.
That's how you pronounce that?
We
I'm never
have
pronouncing
new
it that way.
friends. Many hands make light work.
Skitter, please stop being quotable.
Conversation initiated.
Yep, you got this.
Have you heard anything I need to know?
Looks like the High Speaker is addressing his workers. Seems something's finally shaking them from their complacency. It's taking them away from the awakening machine. She pauses to brush off some dust from her robe. Perhaps this would be a good opportunity for everyone to hear what they have to say. We could convince a few of the machine speakers to speak up.
You may take. Sometimes diplomacy means stirring the pot. Let's see what bubbles up.
You know, cake take candle because eldritch abominations exist as a thing. Oh yeah, that reminds me. One moment, please. How many of you have ever heard of Dark Legacy Comics? It's a webcomic. It's an old webcomic. It's a good one. I recommend it. But I'm going to link something in chat here. It's comic number 773. Now, I'm linking this because that comic predates War Within by about 4 years. No reason. Yeah.
Do you intend to idle all day?
I see Speaker Brinth has returned. As long as she knows her place and does her job, we'll allow her to resume her work.
Now, I'm not sure when that is circa Legion. So that might have been in response to Legion, but it was definitely before War Within.
Is there a problem? Are we preparing for more Nerubian attacks?
Earth and above us have fought that battle, and we've recovered from our own minor raid.
I love how completely unhelpful the High Speaker here is, by the way.
The burden is mine. Why haven't we heard more about Taylok?
We're currently investigating. You would be wise to avoid that distant destination.
Have you met your quota?
The number of working machinists is insufficient.
All the more reason to restore our awakening machine.
By the way,
No further questions. Return to your assigned duties. Praise the High Speaker.
the High Speaker is standing on a gear which two Earthen were holding up. I want you to be cognizant of that. Ridiculous. Longer away from the awakening machine, the more discontent is going to grow. High Speaker's doing all he can. Is he?
Let's get down to business then.
Yeah, that was on purpose. For once, however. The High Speaker is an Earthen, yes. So we're hearing more rumors about Taylok. The town and its mine are responsible for ore production. Apparently, we haven't received shipments in weeks, and the town's foreman has disappeared. Now the High Speaker is discouraging anyone from traveling there. This tells me we should investigate, and of course, if people are hurting, we should help them.
I'll speak with the council in Dornegal. They need to hear about this.
In the meantime, I want to investigate Taylok. Something about those missing shipments.
I'm coming with you, lad. Brinth, we'll be back soon.
Translation. I'm going to go keep my grandson safe because he couldn't fight his way out of a paper bag. No offense to Dagrin, he's actually awesome. But he couldn't fight his way out of a paper bag. And this is still Warcraft. Frankly, we need more people like Dagrin in this setting.
Intruders, the beasts inside.
Did he just shut down?
Yeah, he's dead.
Speak up.
Beasts inside? The beasts, the residents of Taylok might need our help. Let me keep an eye on Dagran. He's read a lot of stories about thrilling and adventures, but he hasn't seen what we've seen. Something seems off. Yeah, remember, Magni's been to Nazmir, for God's sakes.
No rest for we heroes, hey champion?
This troubled machine speaker was trying to do something, but what? Looks like something did some real damage to him. We shouldn't dally. We need to head into Taylok, look at the foreman. Could you clear the way? Someone could get hurt.
Sometimes destiny.
Why are all these creatures here? What happened?
This isn't one of your books, lad. Watch your step.
Don't worry, Magni. I may not be his grandpa, but I am not letting anything hit Dagran. Until Xalatath kills him, obviously. So yeah, notice that we've gone immediately from saving the kobolds to whatever this is. And yeah, the music is... yeah, very ghost town. Very ghost town. I mean, there's literally a fog in the air. Although that makes sense, there's actually fog beast roaming around.
This looks like the foreman's office. But where's the foreman?
The earthen way of tanking. What do you mean, Gowry?
Did you find something?
There's not much to see in the foreman's office. If you want answers, we'll have to search the town. It's actually lower than mine.
On to adventure.
Foreman isn't here, obviously. The evidence points to her being here recently, so maybe she's still nearby. We should go further into town, see if anyone has any idea where she might be. Maybe someone else can give us the answers we need. Maybe we'll find it on our own. Maybe some kind of attack. Maybe it was... Sorry, getting ahead of myself. Let's go investigate.
Oh, are you headed out?
I'm speaking for no one these days. Dagran, lad, I'm concerned about you.
What's wrong, Grandad?
Oh, it does my heart good to see you so excited about this. But I'm concerned about your safety. Oh, you've got a good eye for solving problems, lad, but not for danger. You've got a brave heart, but you're reckless. Sometimes I think you're so distracted figuring things out that you leap before you look.
I'll be careful. And Grandad, I'm also worried about you.
Me? What do you mean?
You also seem distracted. Sometimes you're angry. Like it hurts. Like it's all too much.
Aye. I've had a burden to bear for too long. I just don't want you to get hurt, lad.
That's how adventures work sometimes, Grandad. And not just in books. I tell you what. I'll learn to be more cautious. And you'll try to enjoy an adventure now and then.
Aye, lad. I'll enjoy them even more when I'm with you. It's a deal.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. The invention of the Sawals was one of the best things WoW has ever come up with. Right up there with the new talent system, dragon flying, and delves. And I mean that. Good lord. We're not even the ones that really stick out in my memory. These are just merely good.
For Azeroth.
Come on, Magni. Don't worry, I'm a tank. Oh, sorry. The earthen way of talking. That makes a little bit more sense, Gowry. So, I have actually talked about the earthen way of talking. I love it, personally. I have even given separate positives for it. Not only is their dialogue writing extraordinary, but there's also some wonderful work that's been done to make it so that each individual earthen is is on a gradient of roboticness. Some of them barely talk like robots at all. Some of them talk a lot like robots.
Where are all the people? What happened to everybody?
And I love it. I love that audible indicator. Like, that's some good voice direction right there. In fact, yeah, voice direction. The actors are doing a great job too, of course. The slate appears to be a solicitation for workers.
It would seem. Is it because the earthen are shutting down?
Shutting down? Or disappearing? Or changing? The answer lies in the clues.
Strong hands needed for additional shifts. Overtime approved to make up for recent losses of labor. Please inquire with the foreman if interested.
These mugs are still full, and the drinks look fresh, but there's no one around. I think people were here recently. We should see if anyone's in there. Hello? Someone there?
I doubt it. The entrance is boarded up.
I love the atmosphere of this. I don't remember when the next dungeon is we do. There's 2 dungeons down here, but I don't remember when the plot intersects them.
That's a lot of names. Everywhere we go, we find the names of people lost.
What about the airship, Uthor? Missing, Kor Nartklek. Last seen, night shift, mine site 4. Underneath this original message are more names written in varying handwriting. They get smaller as writers try to squeeze more names in the bottom of the slate. Jeez.
A lot of tools are still here, so the workers can't all be out in the mines.
I don't remember if any of the delves dip into MSQ from this point onwards.
We should see if anyone's in there. Did you hear something, Granda?
It's changing. It's changing.
What was that? It came from that building. Enough knocking, champion! We're breaking this! We heard you! We're here to help!
What?
We heard you! We're here to help!
So anyways, you like zombies, right?
What's happening to them?
A Spartan transformation in progress.
This isn't quite zombies,
Stay back, lad!
but it's about as close as Earthen can get.
Get away from him!
Granda! That surge of energy! The Spartan's reaction! How did you do that?
I don't know. We'll figure it out later. I can hear more coming.
So, now the place is completely overrun with Skardan. Or people who are becoming Skardan.
Well, out.
Great. I know we've fought Skardan before, but this is worse. I knew Skardan were turning Earthen into more Skardan, but I didn't expect crystal and spikes and royal and blue energy. That smell! Oh, not what I expected at all. If we must venture out there, I'm taking down some of those abominations on the way.
I'll press on till Azeroth is done with me.
I read about this.
So the people of Staylock use chalk on slate to leave messages. So many clues, but what does it mean? I'm seeing a pattern, and I think it points to the mines. If the workers haven't already been lost, I expect them in the mines. And I know the foreman is the key. She has to be.
Sorry, I got distracted.
Yeah, so, Skardan are, put extremely simply, Void Earthen. You could also say that they are Void Dwarves, but the distinction is surprisingly little. I was thinking the same thing, Huthor. A lot of the dungeons feel main story-y, but as you say, are not part of MSQ, and that's what Prime Opt means. Primary, but optional. One thing I find funny... Ooh, that hurts. Oh, that hurts. Okay, nope. I've said before, almost every race has their own bad guy faction. This is kind of the bad guy faction of the Earthen. I know, it doesn't apply in the same way linearly. God, those things hurt! Ah! It doesn't apply linearly, because they're not a bad guy faction. They're just a whole bunch of cursed Earthen. But that's still how they're applied.
Workers of Taylock, as your foreman, I have met with the High Speaker in secret. The outcome was not what I expected. I have been altered. Perhaps even chosen.
You know, that's a good point. In the first zone, up in the Isle of Dorn, we had the Rookery, which, duh. But then also the Cinderbrew Meadery. Down here we have the Candle King, and then we have the machine thing. In the third zone, we have the airship, and then we have the assault on the fortress. In the fourth zone, we have the city. Is there another dungeon down there? I may not have actually done all the dungeons down there. There is. There's those two. Yeah, I know we've got the new Operation Floodgate, because, I mean, it's right there. I'll skip that. God, those things hurt. When you say follower mode, do you mean like Rookery? You know, where it was like a special follower sequence? Oh, I can't wait to do Floodgate. Hopefully, I'll be able to convince my co-op group to get back to WoW soon. Oh, okay. Well, good. If any dungeon doesn't have a follower version, we have a problem. The only solution is more follower dungeons. Listen, I know they really want to play Lotro.
Even now, I'm bound to serving Azeroth.
Maybe now. Maybe we've only killed a few Skarden from a much larger swarm, but we got to start somewhere.
Keep fighting, champion.
Really? That's odd. Anyways, Evo, sorry, I meant to answer your question in the full totality. Something I'm hoping to do once we hit 80 is to actually hit up a couple of heroics with people. Ironically, that won't really count for the gameplay side of the review, but it could be fun to do. And, you know, show them off a little bit more properly.
Change is coming, workers. Hordes of Skarden stir within the Hall of Awakening. Taylok could be next. Barricade your doors, but be not afraid. We will press on.
The clouds above the living grotto are full of rich, useful minerals. Get up there and gather some.
Can you hear it? The ringing. The ringing. It returns. The music is eternal. The itching. I can taste the sounds. Revelation awaits.
Right, sorry, Doom Rider, Deeper End, not Doom Rider, Jesus, also asked about the hero trees. I haven't really given a lot of professional opinion on that since we're not actually reviewing those until the Patch Within stream. I wonder why they call this the Ringing Deeps. Anyone know? I wouldn't worry about it. Just speaking of Lightsmith, it's fine. I have a really hard time remembering to use Holy Armaments. I'm trying to get better about it. I'm not super impressed with Lightsmith so far, but it's probably my fault. Templar requires an ability I don't even have, that's why I haven't been poking at that. It was fine for Ret, though. Overall, I'm not as impressed so far as I am with some of the hero talents, like, say, Mage, or Demon Hunter, and that's basically the list.
The ringing. The ringing. We'll lock away deepest cavern for darkest memory. Don't, Speaker. Ringing. Don't let him destroy.
So much to discuss. Keep your eyes open.
We need to go to that cave. The one mentioned near the Lost Slate. It's not signed, but I think that's the foreman's handwriting. I've looked everywhere else. We have to investigate.
Makes the foreman's last entry mentioned a cavern. It must be nearby. This looks like the right place. I don't see any signs of the foreman. We need to take a closer look.
Wait. I can hear wind blowing. From beyond the stone. It must have been a controlled cave-in. Champion, help us destroy the blockage!
Okay.
Give me something to figure out.
Knew it. I was right. There's something in here. Something someone was trying to hide.
I need some time to think.
Dagran was right. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised by that any longer. All the signs suggest there's something in the cave. Maybe the foreman's hiding here. Maybe she give us our answers. We've come this far. Let's see what's inside.
Off with you.
Hello, Primarch.
Is that the foreman? You were right, lad. Come on! We can't let that thing get out of this cave!
So...
Infection!
Interesting little tidbit here. Almost all of the Skardan have one similar physical feature, which is consistent across them, and cannot be on accident. But I'll admit I don't know what it means. They all have horns.
We were too late. How many times have I been too late?
Wait, Granda. Look in the water. I think that's a memory gem.
Look, I'm not dead yet.
It was her, the foreman. Had to be. After all that, she was already gone.
Always more work to be done.
The thing the Skardan dropped before it died. I think I've seen something like that before.
I'll contemplate what we talked about.
That could be Gowry. Jokes aside, that could literally just be head tentacles.
That gem must contain the foreman's memories.
You speak the truth? Your artifact will repair the awakening machine?
It will perfect the machine. Your struggle, your suffering will be at an end. All will awaken because of you.
Because of me?
Your people will be restored, reborn, improved, and they will laud you as their savior.
Yes, yes. All earthen will awaken.
Yeah, she is very classically Faustian. And again, that's what the Void's good at. Not actually confronting someone directly, just kind of not around.
Another puzzle to solve?
Oh, this is bad, isn't it? The foreman witnessed the conspiracy at the Hall of the Awakening. She traveled back to Taylok with her memory gem. Tried to warn the others, but she was infected, and her transformation was swift. Sealed herself in the cave, but her corruption still spread. And the High Speaker knew what would happen. High Speaker's behind all of this. We've got to warn Brinth. To warn the world.
I need some time to think.
We got what we came for. We need to know what happened. We need to return to Gundergas. Prince has to know what happened. You go on ahead. We'll meet you there.
When the world is...
Zalatath gave the High Speaker the means to restart the machine. And it's creating Skarden.
We have to tell Brinth. Hurry!
Another little detail that I'm not sure a lot of people have really caught, because I don't hear a lot of people talk about it. The primary way the Curse of Flesh spread back in the day was it was actually the Forge of Wills itself, which was corrupted with the Curse of Flesh. Then, Loken was convinced to make tons and tons and tons of Rykul and Earthen from the Forge of Wills, which then immediately led to more and more and more cursed people being made. Okay, logical. But that's almost exactly what Zalatath is doing here. Sure, we'll go ahead and fix the Awakening Machine. No problem. And it infests you with Void along the way. But her end result is substantially different. Rather than cursing people with flesh, she curses people with Void. And thus we get Skarden. Also, not to spoil too much, but given what the Awakening Machine does, this isn't building brand new Earthen from scratch. This is effectively taking dead Earthen and bringing them back up as Void Earthen. So, there's your zombie parallels again. Oh, hey, Skidder, who's definitely not been here this whole time. What's up?
What is your query?
It's a dark day for the Ringing Deeps. I always knew there was something about the High Speaker that wasn't quite right. Was it him being carried by the gear, or on his throne? Well, from what we understand, once they have shut down and go into the Awakening Machine, they are functionally dead. Like, for all intents and purposes, dead. Their memories have been archived. Yeah, factory reset, exactly. Clunk. They've been mind-wiped, to use the droid equivalent over in Star Wars. So, for all intents and purposes, they are dead as of that point in time. The Awakening Machine then just repurposes them into a new Earthen. Just like the droid reset over in Star Wars.
Back to work.
Enough talking. The High Speaker will answer for his crimes. To the Earthen Works.
I mean, it makes so much sense from the Titans' perspective. There's no real purpose for the Titans to go ahead and restore their Earthen, because they don't need their Earthen to be sentient. In fact, they don't even want their Earthen to be sentient. So yeah, resetting them to default. I hate to keep making the droid parallel, but it really is very apt. They don't want a sentient sapient partner working alongside them, they want a tool. And that sentience is actually an impediment to their operating procedures. So, yeah, we're just going to go ahead and factory reset you, chunk, and there we go. Get back to work.
I suspected we might need some assistance.
Moira informed us of the situation. We're ready to help.
Yeah, Oathsworn, And kobolds. Thanks, Mara. Well, no, it's, again, it's just like droids, Uthor. In universe, the reason droids have so much intelligence, the reason they have the capacity to develop into sentience and sapience, is because they want very intelligent workers. They don't want bots. They want someone who I can say, fetch me a drink, will you? And they can interpret that order. If I tell a bot, fetch me a drink, will you? Who knows what the hell they're going to bring back? Like, a lot of people tend to forget bot intelligence is unintelligent. It will take your answer and do the most literal possible way to accomplish what you tell it to do. Anybody who's ever played around in D&D with golems knows exactly what that problem is, because literal golems is a problem, right? Yeah. So they want that intelligence. They want someone that can be interpretive. But I don't want you to be a person, so...
I speak.
And yeah, we literally went from clone troopers in Dragonflight to droids in War Within. And no, I don't think that's an accident. Although, I'm not calling WoW bad for that, because they took both concepts and they ran with them. They did something with them, and that's sort of the important part. The High Speaker and his followers will answer for their crimes.
Sure your name is
I have to stop the High Speaker. I must.
Return. We require a foreman's key to access the Hall of Awakening.
Best mind your manners in the presence of a queen.
There is a battle afoot. We need to assist the Machine Speaker's loyalty to our cause. Loyal to our cause, and move against anyone defending the High Speaker. I'm going to remain and make plans with Edelgon. I need you to lead our forces while we're containing the consequences of the High Speaker's actions in the Earthenworks. This is our first step in deposing him, putting a stop to his horrendous crimes once and for all. What do you say? Up for a scrap?
Mind yourself, champion.
Oh yeah. Have I mentioned that the Sawals are well indicated? By the way, I actually commented on this already, but fun fact. Nice big bubble indicating there's a Sawal there, a cutscene you can play. Once you've played it, it goes away. However, if for whatever reason you want to replay the cutscene, you can still talk to them and can still hit replay. That is pretty much perfect.
You address the Queen Regent of the Dark Iron Clan. I can see how worried you are about Dagran.
I've got a lot to make up for. For a long time, I knew I needed to protect Azeroth. I gave up a lot. I gave up too much. I should have spent more time protecting you and Dagran.
Dagran's been through a lot too.
I know. I want to be here for him, as his granda. I wasn't responsible enough. That needs to change. I've spent too many years listening to Azeroth's voice. I'm glad I can listen to yours now.
Aye, Father. We'll figure it out together.
Yeah, I'm not sure any Sawals will not get at least one positive. They're all good. Now, I need to AFK very quickly. I'll be right back. I'm actually with Uthor. So, I hate to keep talking about how modern WoW is better than old WoW in every way. No offense, classic lovers. I don't actually mean that as a dig at classic. In fact, I don't even consider classic part of that equation. What I mean is, Look at the best expansions by review purposes so far. Pandaria and BFA, right? Pandaria and BFA are pretty good expansions, all things considered. Good games.
Rest.
Dragonflight was literally triple the quality of both. Not combined, individually. So in that case, it's like 150% better than both. And that just says something about how much better Modern WoW has gotten.
Protect the machines.
I bring that up because a lot of people have asked, what's the difference? What do they do different? And the answer really is everything is just a little bit better. Just across the board. Which is exactly what Huthor just brought up. How many times in an expansion have we found out, oh no, something's going on with something? And one of two things has happened. Either everyone's an idiot and nobody notices the obvious signs of corruption that we, the players, pick up on immediately. And then eventually it's like, oh no, they were corrupt and evil, we gotta stop them.
Rest.
Or, option 2, we know that they're corrupt, and we, as Huthor so accurately points it, spin our wheels for entirely too long before we actually get around to doing something about it. Here, we find out the High Speaker is corrupt, or to be slightly more accurate, we get concrete proof of him being corrupt, and literally the next step is, let's go deal with him. Literally the next step, by the way. We watch that memory gem, then we come here, and now we're dealing with it.
Machine.
There's no padding here. There's no spinning our wheels. There's no artificial stupidity. Oh, he got bargained by Xalatath, and that's a problem. Let's go deal with it.
Work.
Outside. Speaker detected. The High Speaker warned us about you.
What's really funny, something like the Earthen are uniquely suited to being controlled by an external power, if you think about it for a second. Remember that hierarchy problem? With a lot of races, you have to infiltrate and convert and warp and twist, and it takes a while, and you got to build up the cult, and oh, it's a whole thing. With the Earthen, all you have to do is take over the guy at the top. That's it. Because of the hierarchy problem I've talked about since Wrath, most of the Earthen will just immediately fall into line. Why? Because they were told to. I know you could say that the same about a lot of people, and, you know, valid. But no, like, the Earthen are so used to the hierarchy problem that they're just like, yep. Yeah, it's their programming. We do what we're told.
Need something to do?
Can you help us?
You should have remained on the surface, Speaker Brinth.
I don't see a book. You lied to me, Huthor. You lied. For real, I don't see it. Unless he's gonna, like, drop it. Unless you mean... Okay, never mind. Never mind. We're good, we're good. I accept a lack of lying. This time. Ironically, this exact problem is exactly why we need to, well, help these poor people develop droid effect. You could argue that, this is going to sound like a strange statement, think of it from a long-term perspective. How do you prevent a people from giving into the void? You could argue that by removing their sentience and sapience, you are preventing them from giving into the void. And there's a validity to that. However, the problem with that statement is it creates a single point of failure. The exact problem we're currently facing. Yeah, purpose and faith. And I know what you're thinking. The Earthen, right? No. The group that has purpose and faith is the freaking kobolds. Even the Candle King, a corrupt dictator, is successfully holding back the void. Huh. Oh, hey, it's our first look at these things. Gross little things. Ugh. Get out of here. Get out of here. Oh, hey, our first lump of rocks. Yep, sorry. He was, he failed me for the last time. I had to carve a lump out of him. Sorry, Rax. Oh, there's the book right there. Oh, God! Okay. The name of the book is Your Morale Declining? Oh, let me read this at your pace. Worker, are you weary? Are you questioning your loyalty? The fact that you have opened this book has answered my question. Your morale is declining. You are concerned. Otherwise, you would not have opened this book. Something is fundamentally wrong. You want to fix it. I have answers, but also honesty. Be careful where you are seen reading this. Perusing its contents may be considered nonconformity or even deviance. Thus, you may risk punitive measures. Be cautious. Seek truth. Obviously, you are still reading this book. You were loyal. You did your job. Yet something is still wrong. You were conditioned and empowered in the awakening machine. You are waiting to return for your next sync, but the machine is non-functional. Time has passed. Your mind is filled with data irrelevant to work. Perhaps a relationship has developed. Non-work experiences have proliferated. In the past, as a diligent worker, you have taken your data, the thoughts and memories in your memory gem, to the archive for upload and storage. But now your mind wanders. You have questions. There are limits to the information your mind can retain. A clay pot holds a limited quantity of water. You are overwhelmed. You begin to doubt. Your efficiency suffers. Your morale declines. You are still reading this book. You are wondering, why is this? Why is your morale declining? You have done what you were told to. Machine speaker, you know this. When you return for your recharge in the machine, data that is not essential to work is removed. However, you can no longer retrieve or access that data from the archive. You are also trained and conditioned to do your job. That is your primary function. Consider, your mind has been conditioned to accept your job. You are informed where you will go. You are informed what you will do. The longer you are away from the machine, the more your mind will drift, filled with non-essentials. And on a long enough timeline, you will begin to question your basic conditioning. You are now more concerned. You know this is truth. You can sense it is truth. Work, we are told, defines us. Work purifies us. Our loyalty is reaffirmed in the machine. Our minds are focused. Your morale is declining because you have become divergent. What will you do about this? You could contact your superiors. That would correct your error. That would realign your divergence. There are other options. If you proceed, accept that witnessing and processing the information on the next page merits punitive action. Yet you want to know more. If you accept these terms, turn the page. There is another world above. There are brethren and sistren and otheren who have walked... Nice acknowledgement of gender, sorry. Who have walked away from their work sites. You are not trapped. You can leave at any time. A new world awaits you, one with exotic experiences. See sunlight, touch plants, express affection without limitation. Witness sunsets, bathe in warm water, consume delights. I cannot help but note you are still reading. Join us. Put down this book and walk away from the world below. The alternative is reporting yourself to your superiors right now. accepting correction. Either way, you want to escape the cycle of declining morale. The choice is yours. Lay down your burden. The world can be yours. You hesitate. You chose to turn the page. Most interesting. We knew you would make this choice. We knew you would not walk away. You are wise to remain where you are. You have provoked punitive action. Amendment is inevitable. Even now, representatives working for your superiors are observing your non-conformity. We will correct you. We will fix you. We can help. Soon your weariness will end. Accept that you will shut down. When you awaken, your loyalty will be reaffirmed. Your mind will be focused. Now you understand. Now you have chosen. Praise the machine. Everything is fine.
I'm listening. For Brinth, I don't know what to believe anymore. My efficiency is impaired. Take my access key. Never did like the High Speaker's pomposity.
Yeah, the fact that they put that right in front of the only foreman who doesn't attack us on sight is interesting.
The machines must be preserved. The High Speaker must be stopped. Regroup with Moira. I'll head for the Hall of Awakening.
I remember Uthor. For those of you who don't, Ujax was there for the starter experience of a new Urban. He was the more traditionalist one. Still, you know, open to new ideas, but he was the one who was a little bit more grumbly as opposed to Dawn, who's just, you know, full on, let's try new things.
You need a hammer? Or an open hand?
You managed to drive out some of the High Speaker's most devoted disciples, and you've cracked some heads. It's a fine start, but there's so many. Too many.
May your hammer strike true. I dismiss you.
We've done our best to contain the High Speaker's followers. We've hampered their efforts and destroyed or looted everything they could take with them. I just need to deal with the leader of their forces before they coordinate a more unified resistance. You ready for this?
If you hear anything of note, let me know.
Yep,
You dare challenge the will of the High Speaker? Suffer for your hubris.
Hi, Varric.
Let's see how brave you are when your protective shield is gone.
Slag and rust. This isn't over. The High Speaker will hear of this.
I would have totally had Varric's voice actor voice Varric here. Nothing else. Don't change the character at all. Just for the amusement of the reference. For anybody who catches it. Hard times in Gaz. Oh, God. No, Czar. That would be cool, but no.
Must get away!
Yep. Grab. This is just them flexing with their new cutscene tech, really. Remember, this is all in gameplay. Oh yeah, we also do something in a cutscene. Rather than letting a guy get away, we jump up and kill him as he's escaping. Remember the theory about whether or not we're actually...
Champion. The enemy advances.
Whether or not we actually...
Varric's machine is still usable. Use that mechanical contraption to blast him to scrap.
Whether or not we actually exist in lore again? In Dragonflight, it was pretty debatable, honestly, because most of the stuff in Dragonflight was happening regardless of us. In War Within, I think it's a lot more likely that we actually exist. Again, we kind of keep dipping in and out of that across WoW's history. Probably Huthor. It makes sense to keep a bit of an open mind there, relatively speaking. Frankly, what I think they should do is do more of what Lotro does. Yeah, I know, strange sentence, but I stand by it. In Lotro, actually, and FF14, there's these things, oh, I can't remember what they're actually called. If Mr. Red was here, he could tell you. It's when you play as someone else. It's when you are, like you're seeing some other event that they want you to see story-wise, and they want you, the player, to play through, but they don't want you to be you. Yeah, the role-playing quests. And yeah, FF14 has pretty much the exact same concept copy-pasted from Lotro, which, as usual, was the first to invent that idea.
Well done. Now let's regroup ahead.
It's a neat solution to the problem. You want the player to both play and perceive the story, but you don't always want the player character to be there, because the player character is a death machine. And that's the problem sometimes, you know?
Well, I'm listening.
Wait.
The three hammers stand as one. Brinth is already inside the Hall of Awakening. Let's move.
Oh, okay. I'm like, huh? But like, okay, I'm sorry. He is the boss of the dungeon, isn't he? Stone Vault. Yeah, there he is. Elric. Okay, just, alright, whatever. I mean, that's true, Savicom. But, like, you get the point, right? If your character, if your main character is very, very powerful...
I hardly believe it. This place dates back to the time of the Titans.
Thanks, Dagrin.
Time for that later, Dagrin. We've a fight in our hands.
It's the Superman problem. That's what that's called. When you're writing for Superman, you gotta write that very carefully because he's Superman. You know? It's possible. It's doable. But sometimes it's better to just kind of have the story happening over here while Superman's busy, you know? It's up to you guys off the deeper end. I will say this, I will never stream on Kick. I would literally rather go without than stream on Kick. Yeah, true, the Borg problem. Because, yeah, inverse issue there.
High Speaker Auric refuses your entry.
Really? I think my hammer will allow me entry. Let's check.
Speaker.
Yeah, looks like it does. Wild.
I'll get the door. Lead the way, champion.
That's me, yeah.
Intruders, activate the defenses.
YouTube is much better than every other option. that isn't, you know, Twitch. Yeah, I have a nice key on a stick. It's very effective. Weirdly so. Oh, I don't blame you off the deeper end. Again, the only reason I have all that stuff is not that I ever plan to use it. It's to make sure nobody else ever can. You know, I have branding to consider, you don't, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. Yeah, exactly, Pillage of Snow. Yeah, Kick should shut down, but you know how that works. Would you not be sending flames everywhere, please? It's kind of rude if you think about it. WoW and FF14 both have the same problem and approach it very differently. In both games, they don't know who you are. I know that sounds strange, but I mean, they don't know your race, they don't know your class, and in some cases, they don't know whoops. They don't know your spec. So, like, what can you do in a cutscene? It's one of the reasons why, if you've ever noticed, role quests tend to be a little bit more specific about what we do in cutscenes over in FF14. And Order Hall quests, when they were actually good, pulled the same thing here in WoW. And for the most part, WoW tries to do stuff that isn't class-specific, or it kind of has templates. For example, and you've seen this, if we need to break something, there's a specific animation. Jesus Christ, Suffolco. I hope you know what a kick is. If you, there's a break something animation. So, like, if there's a cutscene where we rock up and smash something, you know, the warrior goes, BAM! But then the paladin goes, you know, holy light, and the mage goes, whoosh, you know, cone of cold, etc., right? It pulls that template and then plays the animation relevant for the spec. Yeah, Evoker uses Disintegrate, exactly. So that's a good way to kind of bypass some of that issue. We need to do something. What spec are we? Play appropriate animation. But for the most part, it tends to be class agnostic.
We need to catch up to Brinth.
Like the cutscene we just saw. Any class can reach up, grab the damn thing, jump up, and knock the guy out of the seat, which is what we did. The opposite, Mr. Red. He's less sentient than ever before. He has given in to the jailer.
We're near a stone vault. That's where the dormant earthen are stored.
And if those earthen awaken at Scarden...
Get those doors.
Does this room look familiar, by the way? I was going to say, this should look familiar for those of you who watched us make our new earthen or have made your own.
This configuration? I've read about this. Proper alignment of the runes should open the way.
That's your department, Dagger, and I'm going to be over here. Yeah, we found the jailer's soulstone.
Twisted into something they never asked to become.
Boy, that sounds familiar, doesn't it?
Stay near me, champion. I'll heal your wounds.
Yeah, reminder, Moira's a priest in lore. That's the other interesting thing WoW does, and by the way, FF14 does this too. They know what the NPC classes are, and so they tend to play their classes appropriately even in lore. You know, Alphino is a healer. Brawl is a shaman, etc.
Almost done here.
Not gonna hurry you, but hurry up. Well, there's only two ways you can do a WoW F14 crossover. You can be serious or you can be silly. Actually, yeah. Estinian may just be a Dragoon, but he is extremely high tier, right below us. And Garaha, he's an Omni, and there aren't many Omnis in FF14.
Almost done here.
Whoop, hello. See, I'm kind of torn. I could see a lot of potential for both serious and silly. Having said that, you know what we could do is both. Maybe as two completely separate collabs. Do the silly one first. That's the one that tests the waters. More people are going to respond well to a silly collab first. If that works, try something more serious.
I've got it. We can proceed.
So many Skarden! If only we'd known about them sooner.
By the way, I love our new outfit. This is just what we have on right now, except for our chest piece.
So you're relentless, vindictive, and misguided. Perhaps my golems can show you the error of your ways.
Thank you for the sub, Act. I could put that to Suikoden Tactics, but that's only one thing. Oh, 100%, Mr. Red. If anything, that's the problem. Yeah, Chromium Garaha is just such a weirdly fitting pick. Sentience is dangerous. Doesn't make it bad. Makes it dangerous. A car is dangerous. Bad example. A train is dangerous. Doesn't mean we shouldn't use trains. Probably Warcraft 4 for me personally off the deep end. I know a great deal about both RTS design and MMO design, so...
I'll be damned if I let Bryn's people be turned into monsters!
This room seems different. Do the walls seem older to you?
I've seen rooms like this before. There's Titan machinery in here.
Outside the earthen rebuilt the machines, but the oldest ones remain unchanged.
This room should also look pretty familiar.
It's time to step down, High Speaker. Everyone knows what you've done.
What I've done? Saved us all? I have found a path to our salvation.
You would have us all live as Skarden?
Better to live as a Skarden than die as an Earthen.
I mean, it's a terrible, terrible thing, and it's also him making decisions for other people. A very common trend amongst the Earthen. But, I mean, no, of course not. That's stupid. Well, plus, I want to work on my own RTS someday. I even have a name for it. It's called the Final Fantasy VI Rewrite. But yeah, for this zone, we've been beelining the MSQ, very much on purpose. New strategy. Listen, just because you're effectively dead doesn't mean you're not effectively dead. Wait. So, I like this sequence. And that's all I'm going to say about that.
It is done! Now, with this power, all Earthen shall awaken.
We've lost them all. Oh, it's over.
Granda, you can stop this. I've seen you wield Azeroth's gift. It's you. You're the only one who can save them.
Magni. It is time.
Azeroth, let your blessing pass to them.
You did it, Granda. You saved them.
She let me go. You woke me. Who are you? I'm Magni. Magni. But who am I? Whoever you want to be.
I haven't seen all the archive stuff, correct. Seen like the first 2, I want to say. For not the only time, strange way to start a sentence, I don't mind that Magni doesn't die there. And don't mistake me, sometimes characters need to die, and sometimes, you know, it cheapens the narrative when they don't, but in this exact case, I wouldn't have hated it. I would have been fine with it. I was even expecting it. I was shocked when they decided not to kill him. But in this exact case, it works perfectly for what's going on. Point number 1. He was willing to lay down his life. Unhesitatingly. You know, Dagran says, you got this. Magnus says, okay, and goes out fully knowing and aware. He put his head down on the block. And I guess my point of that is it doesn't diminish his character, right? He still made the sacrifice, it's just the sacrifice didn't actually happen. If I pull the trigger on a gun, and it happens to not have bullets in it, I still pulled the trigger. Make sense? Second point. It's a great way to characterize Azeroth. We tend to think of Azeroth as beneficial in sort of a vague kind of a way, but honestly, until War Within, technically Dragonflight, but really until War Within, there hasn't really been a lot of concrete evidence of that. But the fact that she's willing to go ahead and give him his life back and give him his existence back says a lot about that. Think about the Titans. Think about the Void Lords. Think about the Burning Legion. Think about the Realm of Death. Would any of them actually have bothered with going out of their way, separate and segregate, now that they've actually gotten what they wanted, to go ahead and reward the person who sacrificed for them? I guarantee you, that's Savacom, isn't it? I guarantee you what would have happened, because I can actually picture the scene in my head. Just imagine for a moment that instead of Azeroth, there's like a keeper right there in the room, and the keeper's like, "Do not be sad, young ones. Magni has sacrificed his life for the good of all of these lives." Right? Like, that's what the speech would have been. The sacrifice was not in vain. But even though that keeper arguably has the power to then save Magni, they wouldn't. Why would they bother? They don't care. Yeah, he's completed his purpose. End line. No, I guess that's all. Yeah, purpose, edicts, blah, blah, blah. Instead, Azeroth goes out of her way, doesn't have to, takes extra effort, and specifically allows Magni his life back. Rain World, Rift Apart, and Deadlocked. Thank you. So anyways, point being, even as a writer, and you know I have absolutely no hesitation in killing my own characters. Yeah, you put it towards Aiden Chronicles of Mother 3. I wouldn't have killed Magni there. I think it would actually diminish the scene rather than add to it. Usually I don't like fake out death. I don't. In fact, I have a long-standing habit of giving more or less an automatic negative for fake out death. We'll talk about that more later. Well, there's another thing, too. Something a lot of writers tend to forget is that death is not the only consequence you can write. A lot of writers seem to think that the only thing you could do to show any kind of consequences is kill a character, which is nonsense. It's actually one of the cheapest ways to show consequence in a story. Should death be on the table? Yes, absolutely. But, like, there's lots of other things you can do to someone. And having Magni being... Basically, Magni doesn't get to take the easy way out, if that makes any sense. He now has to deal with actually being himself again and dealing with all of his issues with Moira. And now he gets to be a granddad for Dagran, and you get it. Like, he has to find his place in the world. Oh, that sounds familiar, doesn't it? You know, I wasn't sure when I first dubbed these Sawals, but honestly, it's kind of been working for me. Dagran's got his nose in a book, of course. I love Dagran. Magni was king of Bronzebeards, but, like, how much of that's true anymore is actually more debatable than you'd think. He pretty thoroughly set that aside back in Cataclysm when he became the Speaker. It's one of the reasons why they decided to go ahead and establish the Council. Originally, Dagran was supposed to be his replacement, but stuff happened, politics, and now there's a Council. Kinda, yeah, Primarch. That's not a bad way to put it. Is he king? It could be argued. A lot of people tend to forget that for all the legality that we came up around lines of succession over the years, all of those rules and regulations about who's in charge of what and where, even legally, only really matters as much as anybody else gives a damn, and how much you're willing to enforce it. So, while technically Magni could probably walk right back into Ironforge and say, I'm the king again, and there's a decent chance people would back that, do you think Magni wants to? Do you think he wants to push that claim? Those of you who play Paradox games. Because he's got a claim. So does Moira. So does Dagran. So does Mirrodin. So does Braun, actually, if you think about it.
Are you here to chat or work?
He's gone. He's really gone. As far as I'm concerned, he just abdicated his authority. I don't know where he fled, and I don't care. Yeah, we'll do that dungeon later. Now that the Awakening Machine is operational again, we can step up and set things right.
We will survive. We always do.
78, by the way. We haven't even done side stuff yet.
Well, I'm listening.
Oh, the Earthen of the Hour. We were just discussing you. There's some unfinished business for us to attend to, now that the High Speaker's transgressions have been corrected, and the Awakening Machine restored once more. Care to stick around?
The High Speaker has ruled for as long as any of us can remember. But he's no longer one of us.
Well, sounds like you need a new High Speaker. And Brinth, you're the right Earthen for the job.
Me? Elaborate.
You cared for your people like no one else has. Not by commanding, but by understanding.
Then you know I will leave it to my people to decide.
Something tells me they already have.
Honor Guard, reporting for duty. If you'll accept the position.
I accept. I am the High Speaker.
I love how questioning she is as she said that I accept. Like, she really was processing that. Who's that weirdo dwarf over there? I don't recognize him.
Magni! In the flesh!
By the way, he has new barks now. Also, for some strange reason, he has a really long beard now. Like, it's down to his knees.
My knife, not very sharp.
Azeroth still needs us. We must forge ahead. Champion, good to see you. I'm ready for anything. Ah, glad you're here. Smooth, isn't it? Who'd have thought it'd be like a wee bairn's bottom underneath? Refer all diplomatic questions to my daughter, Moira. Azeroth still needs us.
You address the Queen Regent of the Dark Iron Clan. You may take your leave.
Also, yeah, he's so much happier now. So now we get our second town go through, now that we actually have access to the town from a gameplay perspective.
If you hear anything of note, let me know.
Sorry, I don't understand the questions are. Unless you're just asking for the story beat, in which case, give me a second to finish chewing. Oh yeah, so anyways, the kobolds are here now. Check it out. There's Braun. There's a Mosswool. There's an Earthen. There's a Lynx. Illyria. So they've seen her down here. They're all wax statues. Don't think about what they're made of. There's Dagran. These are really good wax statues, too. My goodness. They put some effort into these. Skippers. I think about what those things are called. Great Chiron. I don't know who that is, but I wouldn't worry too much about it. Granny Scribbles. We'll come back to her.
You need? I got. I find more stuff for you.
So.
Bring back more shiny things. I'll bring back more shiny.
Tutorial for this little thing here.
Oh, someone picky.
Hey.
It's not junk, it's treasure.
Say so, buddy. Oh. I have 30,000 of that crap. Guys, go back to work. But we need to cheer for another 15.3 minutes. Fine.
The mountain lends us its strength.
Okay.
The three hammers.
So yeah, we're actually done with the bringing deeps, believe it or not. There's another quest, and that, of course, leads us to the third zone. But now we've got to do... Well, you see all those exclamation marks on the map? Because that's our next stop. So yes, Magni was a dwarf. He was turned into a diamond dwarf because he was chosen... So, okay. During Wrath, we found a Titan artifact up in Ulduar. We brought it back to Ironforge for study. Magni was like, huh, I wonder what this thing is. Study, 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 study. Something to do with some weird stuff. I don't know what's going on. It's weird. And then he was suddenly frozen into diamond. That's cool. And by cool, I mean absolutely terrible. So he was stuck in diamond, unable to move for a decent chunk of time, actually. At some point, I forget exactly when, there's a comic that actually covers the event, he suddenly broke out. I'm free, champion! And he started walking around as Diamond Magni. So he was actually still capable of walking and talking and thinking and being. But yeah, for all intents and purposes, he was converted into a diamond form of himself, complete with the armor he was wearing when he did the ritual. He ran around a bit. We saw him during Legion. We saw him during BFA. And I believe briefly during Shadowlands. I don't actually recall. Probably because it's Shadowlands, and the less you recall that, the safer you are. Yeah, that's nice. And then he just kind of sat there and groused for a pretty long time, actually. Because, you know, he was left alone and abandoned, and everything was awful, and he had sacrificed his life and his future to save Azeroth, and then was just kind of dumped from his perspective. But yeah, and then we get to here, he's all upset, blah, blah, blah. Azeroth frees him after he transfers all of his Titanic energy, excuse me, his Azerothian energy into them. And yeah, I meant to point this out. I'm sure most of you caught the Azurite colors on the new Earthen there. Ignore that I went with red instead. Okay, where to start? Oh, there's everything. There's everything. I don't know, Mr. Red. But it is enough possibility that Azeroth is not necessarily a Titan, or at least not a Titan as we think. Now I'm going to start making the distinction.
Keep eyes out for shinies.
Okay. Exciting to have a new place to call home. Not quite settled, though. We not know Gondorgaz. Gondorgaz not know us. Time to fix both. Find out how help here. Teach new friends about us. Kobolds clever and friendly, so it should be easy. Start with help 3 kobolds. Here's the kobolds. Okay, sure.
No take anything, I no take.
May your hammer strike true.
My father thinks that while he and Daglin were dealing with the Skarden to the south, he caught the sensation of his old hammer, Fearbreaker. He said it slipped out his fingers when Doloran crashed. It's been bothering him mightily. That hammer belongs to the Brandsbeard clan, has been for generations, but he hasn't been himself lately either. I'm going to have a look so he doesn't worry he might have missed it. Maybe down at Camp Mirok. We'll have a quick look around.
Mind yourself, champion.
Also, didn't we already do this one?
So,
oh, I guess not.
Now that you've changed,
Glimrogue
how do
again.
you feel?
I feel humbled. Like I've carried a burden for a long time. Like I've finally been forgiven. I've had debts to pay.
Forgiveness shouldn't be easy. When I was much younger, we clashed a lot. Some things, well, there were things I couldn't forgive you for. When you were in your other state, I at least knew you were learning. I didn't want to forgive you. And I didn't want you to forget what you've done. What you did.
What changed your mind?
Well, watching you and Dagran. He sees you differently than I do. He sees who you've become. You're here for him.
Alas, my old life. I can't live my life that way.
Aye. You need to be here and do right. For both of us. You can see how much you mean to Dagran.
I understand. I've changed, and my life has changed. I don't want to live in the past. I want our family to have a future.
Then I'm glad we still have our future.
Onward and upward. On to the next adventure.
Magni was a terrible father, Spartan. He... oh god, where to even start? So, first of all, he believed that no woman could rule as well as a man, so he always kind of diminished her. Yeah, he wanted a son. He was very misogynistic, just to put that as bluntly as possible. He legitimately thought she could not be better than him, better than a son would have been. And he tried to train her to be a warrior just like him and Mirrodin, which was also something she pushed against. Remember, she is a priest. So we've got... Yes, that did actually happen, as Maristar. Magni did have her husband killed, while we're on the subject. That was an interesting situation. What else? I think that's kind of like most of it. Like, I'm glossing over a lot of details. He was not a good father. Very, very simply. Thaurazun is actually a more complex character than we give him credit for the most part. Calling him evil is not incorrect, but here's the thing. Thaurazun was a person underneath Twilight corruption. And he was a desperate person, so he decided to make a bargain he probably shouldn't have with the Fire Elementals under Ragnaros. That led to him then becoming, you know, a puppet for the Fire Elementals, which led to a lot of the problems of the Dark Irons. Now, all of that's awful and great and wonderful and terrible, but Magni didn't know any of that. Magni knew, hang on, my rival has taken my daughter, go kill him. Not get her back, not try to negotiate, not try to reach out in a line of communication, not send out scouts to find out what's actually going on. It was just, nuh-uh, kill. Yeah, also, it was actually a plot twist in Vanilla. This is true. Because he flat out tells us that she had been mind-controlled. There's no way she can make such a choice on her own. It's completely impossible. Yeah, he didn't... I don't think Magni knew Ragnaros existed, to be quite honest with you. Never mind the amount of influence he had at that point in time. So, yeah, he was just, no, cut that line, cut that thread. Oh, I'll save you, my wee baby girl. So we actually did that. We went, did that, rescued her. She was not super happy about that, as you might imagine. What's really, the real tragedy of the whole thing is if we had tried to reach out to her, she could have been, for lack of a better way to put it, the quest giver in that situation. She could have been like, all right, look, I need you to help get the Fire Elementals out of my city. Right? Which, if you're paying attention, we actually ended up doing anyways, just for unrelated reasons. Also, keeping in mind, this is back in the day when...
Greetings. Go with honor.
When they had just started building the Twilight's Hammer cult. This was vanilla, so it wasn't really quite what it would eventually become yet. So at the time, it was mostly just the Twilights working for the Fire Elementals. But, with the advantage of hindsight and retcons, we also have the Twilight and their old god master, N'Zoth, who was manipulating and pulling strings at that point in time. Yeah, it's also worth noting Moira has been doing a lot of work for years, pretty much since Kata, to try and make the Dark Irons have an equal seat at the table. Not because... I'm saying this wrong. To try and make them not evil. It's the simplest way I could put that. A lot of people tend to forget... Why March 21st? A lot of people tend to forget that back in the day... I'm kidding with Thor. The Dark Irons were the bad guy faction of dwarves. You remember that almost every race has one faction of bad guys of that race. Well, the Dark Irons were it for the dwarves. But if you've paid any kind of attention, pretty much since Kata, that hasn't been true for a very long time. In lore, she's a huge part of why. Not just because she's been trying to pull them back into the fold, but also because she's been trying very hard to push away the external influences which was making them worse, such as the Fire Elementals and the Old Gods. So, from what we understand, Ragnaros of the time was not directly under the orders of the Old Gods. That wouldn't happen until Cataclysm, when he started actively being like, yeah, I'm signing up. Let's do it. Let's burn the world. I like burning things. And, you know, that was circa Kata. Back in vanilla, he was just a fire elemental. An evil fire elemental, but a fire elemental nonetheless. My favorite bit, this is the only one I'll read out loud, is the stay a while and listen right at the end there. I won't defend the things the Dark Irons did, what I did, the blood on our hands. I was blinded by my hatred for my father and blinded by my pride. I wanted more. At first, the Dark Irons were just tools for my own ambition, and then I was blinded by love. But Dagran would have sooner burned his clan to the ground than accept peace. In utter defeat, we were freed by our enemies and found our place within the Alliance as equals. The Dark Irons, Bronzebeards, and Wildhammers, one people once more. And me with Dagran, my son, a symbol of our unity and the legacy my husband never got to see. Dagran Thaudasan II, named after his father. I didn't want folks forgetting where he came from. Good, bad, everything. I just wish Dagran were here to see it. The Dark Irons free, and the leader our son is becoming. I'm sure he would be proud. That's another common theme of modern WoW. Things can be both good and bad at the same time, something a lot of fiction struggles with. Huh, interesting, Ross. I really didn't know that. Okay, God, I'm swamped in quests. Paralysis. Okay, I got this. Let's just knock these out. Yeah, it's almost funny. It's almost like I have an entire review system based on the concept that things can be both bad and good. Huh. There's so many quests, Evo.
Ask where I got it.
Jakey hears giant fire bees on surface. Fire bees make fire beeswax, yes? What if make candle from fire bee wax? What'd that be like? Jakey must know.
I find more stuff for you.
New home, little shabby. Not good, full of fun stuff and old good bits, shabby. Old, everybody died, and now it fell apart, shabby. We help. Lots of kobolds now, so we make place presentable. You help too. Grab Boom! Get going! And by boom, I mean broom. Also, can I just say, plus to doodads for this room alone, the kobold room. I don't even know where to start. Like, the Johnny piles, the candles, the shovels, the bits of wood and food and barrels and the people coming in and out and the guys just hanging out in the corner here. You answer me. Why no tallow candles? Why no pigs here? So sad. Miss pig farming so much. No pigs on island. Only mining with quick wicks. Need fences. Need pigs. Need slop. Should go home. But here we are. At least stoneheads are nice.
Stand up to big things.
Oh, wow. 100% smart. Sorry. It's recent, but it's still true. You like the bundles of candles, like for shipping and packaging?
You need? I got.
And they're just sleeping on a giant sack of whatever up there. So, we also have Granny Scribbles.
Nice weapons! No kill me!
In case you missed that, she just said, nice weapons. Don't kill me!
Find more shinies! Lose something?
Oh my god, seriously, Huthor? So, Tripsy go hunt for shiny rocks and tasty treats. Search far from safety of tribe. But Tripsy forget to bring extra candle, and it slowly gets dark. By the way, these are sweet shine grubs. Over there is a scary sticker. Over there's a scary skitterer. That is actually hilarious, Huthor. That is legitimately funny. I cannot believe it, and at the same time, I love it. So yeah, roleplay quests. Oh crap, 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 oh crap. Run! Run! Run from the giant scaries. You no take scary. Ah! Why didn't you loot? Why didn't you loot? Ah! Okay, fine. Oh, of course. Oh no. Oh no! I sure hope so, Witchpunk. I really do. Like, they've done so much to just kind of be like, yeah, Shadowland, moving on. It really is, Ross. I'm not joking when I say it's still one of the biggest puzzle pieces for our track. Like, every idea that me and everyone else has come up with has giant holes in it. It's like, Like, have you ever thought about how insane the actual canon answer is? Okay, so there's this supremely powerful godlike alien who has ultra tech and has decided in his search... Oh, hang on. As darker a candle grows while she looks for just one more, dark presses in, but she doesn't notice. Did you notice we got smaller here? Yeah. So, hey, it's a mean stonehead over there. Do you see him? So some supremely powerful godlike alien has decided the only way that he can continue his life's work in taking care of the Okampa, which he is overly helicopter parenting, is by having a biological descendant. Naturally, he starts looking all over the entire galaxy for a suitable replacement, which is naturally why he's scanning the Badlands, a place that has no sentient life, or indeed life at all, within it. He then grabs not one, but two... Yeah, exactly, Rob. Not one, but two groups of spaceships that roam into the area. Now, hang on. It actually gets worse the more you think about it. Check this out. So he grabs the Maquis ship, right? So then enough time passes for the Maquis ship to be perceived as missing, Janeway to go to Earth, get Tom Paris, and then fly to Deep Space Nine. Reminder, Deep Space Nine is a really far away place compared to Earth. So we're talking at least weeks of time. Then, after all that period of time has passed, Janeway goes right back in to the Badlands, and lo and behold, he's still scanning the Badlands. Like, aha, there's another ship. Yoink. I'm going to take this again. By the way, he never grabbed the Cardassians for a reason that's never explained. Also, we find out that at least two other ships in the same area have been pulled over here back in the past, one of which wasn't a ship at all, but was just a frickin' missile. Okay, you need to stop aggroing me, please. Jesus. Stupid stoneheads. And that's how they get them to the Delta Quadrant. Oh, also, he totally has the power to send them back, but refuses to, for no properly explained reason. And then when they have the power to get back, they have the dumbest written dilemma in the universe, which I'm not going to go into detail on because it's really, really dumb, in order to force them to just destroy the array. Ah! Earthen! Earthen! Oh no. Don't crush me. I just need a little bit more sweet meat, please. I just need more sweet meat. I'm so hungry. Until Candle go out and Gypsy alone and dark. And Crunch go poor Gypsy. And that's why never go without Candle, Tenderfoots, or go Crunch like Gypsy. The end.
Hey, we're friends, okay? Keep bad things away. Be nice to kobolds.
Okay, what's your next story, Granny? What else you got? There's a lot of problems with that, though, Ross. Why do they go through the wormhole to begin with? Why doesn't whatever happened to them not happen to whoever was immediately chasing them? Why? Ugh! Do the wormhole aliens decide to kick them out? Especially since this would be post DS9, and therefore at a point in time in which they already have the agreement to allow people to go through the wormhole. There's so many issues. Every solution we've come up with has so many issues.
Remember, me helpful.
So tell me about Chomps. Chomps, young kobold, headstrong, told to dig, not to dig too high, but not listen to elders. Thinks he knows better. Oh my god, that would be amazing, Mr. Ed. 3 pluses to gameplay on the spot. The name of this ability is Dig Too High. Crash! Dig too greedily and too high. Bring whole cave crashing down on poor kobolds. Trap many, squish many. No, angry rocks! No, angry rocks! Yep, we dug too greedily and too high. Remember, sky full of dangerous place. Up there, there's adventurers who steal our candles. No, really, think about how dangerous it is to be a kobold on the surface. How many years have they been a creep? I mean, I'm pretty sure kobolds were in Warcraft 3. So... yeah, by the way. I save you. I save all of you. Jumps try help friends, but more rocks fall. Fine, die, die. Until squish goes Chomp and all his friends. And that's why not dig too greedy or too high, or go squish like Chomps.
Yep, I scroll. Bring back snack.
You want scary story? Granny Scribbles give what want. Maybe then sit like good tenderfoots. Scariest story Granny know. Story about the day the Stoneheads came.
Stand up to big things.
Once was normal day. Candles bright, dirt calm. Life go as normal. Good young kobolds help elders. As should. Innocent kobolds. They're all named innocent kobolds. Boom! Everything go bad all sudden. Stoneheads smash into Kobold home. Ruin everything. Oh no! I save you. The name of the objective here is save what can be saved. I love how tiny we are on these quests. It's like being a gnome all the time. Oh crap. His Stonehead Kobold Crusher. Oh no. Must save what can be saved. Hey, it's run far food. Supplies for the road. We are innocent kobolds. Why do kobold crushers try to kill us? Need a boat for clearing escape tunnels and rebuilding homes. Die, stoneheads. You don't belong in this cave. It was not by my directive that I am once again in this cave. Kill all rats, yell stoneheads. Purge infestation. Shoot everyone. Burn everything. Oh, that's a see we're running candle. One of my favorite types of candles. Burn kobold candles and make them your slaves. Kobold kind ill needs savior such as you. Perhaps the same could be said of... Oh my gosh. No. And that's why never trust stoneheads. Except new friends. They seem okay. Yeah, notice the number of people listening has slowly grown, including 2 Erlen over here.
Hey, you give that!
Hope story not too scary for you.
Find more shinies!
Not all stoneheads bad, seems like. Still, little kobold need know what happened. What can happen.
Remember, me helpful!
Time for happy story. Not all days bad. Tell story of how friends with moles. Story of Mipsy Mole Rider.
Be nice to kobolds!
Death to kobolds. Or, I mean... Where be this? Long ago, kobold no ride mole. Too big, too scary. Climb on top. Seemed crazy. But Mipsy was curious, not afraid. Want be friends with moles. Alright, Mr. Mole. Ah! Swipe! Mipsy almost lose head. Hungry mole not want be friend, but Mipsy not give up. Maybe mole need snack. Come here, Mr. Grub. I give you grub? It work. Mole let Mipsy climb on top. Start running. Start riding. Oh my god, it's the drive system. Bwah, 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 bwah. Mipsy get calm. Keep calm. Only panic little. Ride until mole get tired. And that how kobold learned to ride mole. And why always carry snack. Just in case.
I'm hungry. Got food?
Tenderfoot's always fan of that one. What do you think of mole? Think good ride good as Mipsy?
Keep bad things away.
Now tell story of very far place called Surface. New friend from there, yes, so they know what Granny Scribbles talk about. She nods sagely as she points you out. Story of how kobold discovered it long ago, and what we find when do. Story of the wickless candle.
Do something? Not my fault. Find more shiny.
It's a wax-addled hopper. In beginning, kobolds not know about surface, cave, tunnel, mine, all that was. One day Tenderfoot hears stories no one believe of giant cave with ceilings so high can't even see. But she believes. She decides see for herself. She climbed tallest rock in cave, higher than any climb before. Congrats, Mr. Red. And now, at long last, you have come to love the great joy that is Shadow. Oh, Shadowlands. Up, up, up she go, higher than any kobold before. Don't fall or you'll die before you even realize it. Your ankles will be in your forehead. At tippest top when reach ceiling itself and no more up go, she see crack just big enough to squeeze through. Squeeze through crack and tunnel, up crumbly rock and slippery stone to new cave. But this would smell funny. Air move on own. Cold. Salty. Biggest cave any kobold ever see. So big, can't see walls, can't see ceiling. And in not ceiling, a candle so bright it blinds you if you look at it. Magic flying candle need not wax to burn. Too high to grab, no matter how much she jump. Give me sun. I mean candle. Other kobolds never believe stories, so she need bring back proof. So she'd pick strange flowers never seen before. Bring back home. By the way, in the lower right is a Tauren and a human fighting side by side. I just wanted to point that out. Hey look, more earthen. Proof-telling flower. A flower recovered from the surface, completely unknown to the kobolds of the depths. And that how kobold discovers surface. Too bright, too big for tenderfoots, but maybe friends tell you stories someday.
No, take Shadow!
You're not bad listener. Name you Honorary Tenderfoot. Granny Scribbles thinks. Maybe next time you tell Granny Scribbles' story. Never too old to learn a new one.
Nice to kobolds!
And yeah, I love the writing of all of that. The amount of thought they put into exactly how kobolds would describe so many of the things they saw is actually pretty impressive. Okay. Let's clean up this town. Get out of here. Get out of here. Ugh, what a mess. Time to play Power Wash Simulator. This is how you clean stuff. Definitely. No, there's no HVA in War Within. Unless there is in the patches, in which case I don't want to hear about it. Oh, you're talking about that nonsense. Yeah. So there's this thing called whiners. I haven't seen a paladin quest yet, Evo. I guess this is a good time as any to mention that War Within has class-specific quests. Now, my class-specific quest was to go after a demon who had gotten loose in this area, because I was a demon hunter. And in fact, that demon was from Dalaran's Violet Hold. In fact, even give me a second, I'll tell you exactly what it is, just because I'm going to go look. Let's see, Violet Hold. That's not Violet Hold. Where's Violet Hold? There it is. A. Pretty sure it was this one. Yeah, that looks right. Because, you know, duh, right? And yeah, so there's a mage quest in that inn right there, right up there. The inn quest says, hey, I really could use some mage food. Can you get me like 80 mana biscuits? Actually, sorry, it doesn't say mage food. Just, can you give me 80 mana biscuits? And I don't want to point names, but there's someone I know who got in there and was like, all right, where do I get mana biscuits? What's a mana biscuit and how do I get it? And at the time, it didn't occur to the person in question that it was a class-specific quest. So they asked us, on our Demon Hunters, how we do that. We were like, you conjure mana food. It was very cute. I'm curious now because the Demon Hunter quest's over there. The Mage quest is in here. Do you have a Paladin quest for me?
Strike while the iron's hot.
Nope.
Keep busy.
Although I should pick up that quest because that's a random
Start talking.
Okay, so welcome to Gundergaz is something I've never had to say before. We're not much for visitors, but as I assume you're here to work, then our workers' hospitality is yours to enjoy. When's your first shift?
The work continues.
I have proposition for you. We get some rowdy patrons here from time to time. Nothing sinister, but our folk work hard and things can get out of hands faster than a dropped hammer. Usually I'd give them a considerate knock upside the head to remind them what's what, but I lost my brass knuckles while helping Watcher Toki clear monsters on the town's outskirts. Mind fetching my knuckles and administering some love taps?
The gears turn once more.
LOL is Miristar. So HVA stands for Horde versus Alliance, but the term specifically refers to when that's done badly, which is like 90% of the time.
You are acknowledged.
And of course, you know, has been dead and gone since BFA at this point.
Make it quick. We're busy.
You came down from the Corway, right? From up top? They have it easy, those city Earthen. Down here, death comes from you all around. From below, from above. You look like you've killed a few beasts in your time. Care to add another to your list?
Back to work.
People were wrecking my bar. Whap! Okay. I'm gonna just ignore that.
You need something?
The trial of style gives us an opportunity to look good. The camera, we make sure we keep looking good. So focus on me and my camera, follow my directions, and I'll make sure you look fantastic.
Safe travels. Need help?
Okay, what do you want me to do? Left. I laugh again. Yes, of course I do.
Well met.
The camera doesn't lie. You are one stylish paladin.
Light bless you.
Not sure I agree with that, but thank you? I think it feels like a thank you situation. I have to admit, I don't disagree with you, Valerian, but I completely disagree with you. So, I'm gonna need someone to execute Valerian really quick, please, before they poison everyone else. Thanks. Alright, so.
It's you! Remember, me helpful!
Stoneheads use steam to run whole place. Have lava, have water. Makes sense. Repair's not going well, we hear. No new parts from factory. Against rules to use scrap, been told. A lot. Help get old machines work. We watch, learn. Maybe not get yelled at for helping.
Greenback snack!
God preserve us. This is what we've been reduced to. Let's see what you Outlanders are made of. Speak to me when you're ready to get to work.
Are you here to help?
Reading numbers. Oh, hang on. Sorry.
Praise the machine.
Okay, shut off lever. Console is stuck. Console is stuck. It's gotta be this. Pipe coming loose. Pressure numbers. Shut off lever. Lever. Pipes loose. Not bad, Outlander. You still suck, however.
Begin speaking.
No, take...
Seem easy enough. Put steam in pipe. Try not to cook self. I get.
Keep bad things away!
Earthquake do number on old pipes. Many start leaking steam everywhere, especially ones too tall to reach. Foreman Grimes points up to the pipe stretching from Gundergaz to the surface. Stoneheads not have approved replacements, but we not have time wait. Take glue, seal leaks with flappy flying thing, made of only best bugs, boiled myself.
Stand up to big things! Lose something? Not my fault!
Not all leaky pipes accessible from outside. Some inside tunnels run under Gundergaz. Tunnels small for stoneheads, but kobolds love tunnel. Just need someone to show layout. You, someone. Check with crew boss if have problems. He helped go over maps.
Be nice to kobolds!
Death to kobolds! Or wait, no, the opposite of that.
Loads of forgotten knowledge are within our grasp.
There's another delve. Come back to that.
Another interruption.
There's a dungeon. We'll come back to that. All joking aside, Valerian, part of the problem is the HVA was pushed so long and so badly. That's one of those things where it's like, ugh, you just don't want to see it anymore, you know? I don't disagree with you in general, but I do have to admit, if there was a plot point in War Within about the HVA, my first knee-jerk reaction would be exactly what I just gave you. Ugh. So I kind of hope they don't. It's been 7 years in universe. Let's let things just kind of keep being over there.
I'm hungry! Got food?
Oh, and there's another dungeon quest. That's not too bad. Oh my god, there's quests everywhere! Okay. Yes, that's right. It's another flying near something quest. I never realized how much I wanted this style of quest until they started having them. In Dragonflight, it was flying through bugs. Here, we're running around patching leaky pipes. When has the HVA been done well? It actually has. In Cataclysm, specifically. Probably the most obvious example of that is what I call the Baron's Chain. I don't call it that. I call it the Kalimdor Chain. It functionally starts in...
Someone didn't get the message.
Thanks, Brent.
These are...
Does Wrath count? No! No. Also, the Wrath arguably wasn't the HVA, but let's not get into the specifics of that right now. Pandaria wasn't the HVA either. But we'll get back to that in a second. No, Cataclysm was the Horde versus the Alliance. Full tilt, back to back. Ashara, technically Goblin Sordism, but Ashara, which leads to Ashenvale, and North Barrens, which leads to Ashenvale. From Ashenvale, we go on to Stone Talon Peak. From Stone Talon Peak, we go to Southern Barrens. That overall arc is really good, and does a pretty good job of showcasing just how dumb and awful the war actually is, how many problems it's causing and how the cycle of vengeance has been perpetuated by both mistakes, accidents, misunderstanding, and of course, active malevolence. And yeah, the South Baron's quagmire is the culmination point of all of that.
Nice weapons! Don't kill me!
Oh yeah, there's an option to skip the puzzle here.
Bring back
I'm not gonna do that, but, you know, you can. Okay. I'm gonna suck at this. Now that I'm doing it on camera, what do you want about? I'm just gonna be like... Alright, yeah, I don't like these kind of puzzles at all. Never have. They do literally give you a skip option, and we may take it. My lunch break is in 10 minutes. I'm not skipping that. Remember, I barely ate breakfast. There we go. Pipes fixed. Let's see. Oh yeah, I forgot a quest.
Outsiders detected.
Divine presence acknowledged. Every day, as long as my memory serves me, I have walked the routes and lit the incense around our homes. It has ground my joints to dust, but it is an important task. A sacred task. These are dark times we live in. Perhaps you could add your own beatitudes to our little ritual.
You go wherever you please, don't you?
Damn right I do. Get out of my way, I go where I want. Sorry.
Hey, we friends, okay? Stand up to big things!
Pressure's still too high. Something else wrong, not just old pipes. Open main release before something burst. Not have time for manuals. Consequences later.
Remember,
the quest objective is literally open the valve and deal with whatever happens later. Lol. Unfortunately, I have so many quests, I'm not sure where the valves are.
Hey, you give that!
Seriously, I'm absolutely smothered in quests here. There it is. Hey look, it's Consequence. That's his new name. Do not asphyxiate me, please. Thanks. I appreciate not... Oh, Jesus. Ugh. Okay, so, let's see if we can find the spots. Let's see.
I found a spot. There's a monster.
There's no monsters here. What are you talking about? Oh, incense. I found a spot. You found a spot. Excuse me. Here we go. We found one spot. Do you see any other spots?
Yeah.
Where? It looks just like the incense from before. So it looks like 3 sticks, and they're a little bit on fire. Do you see them?
Yeah.
Where are they? That's right. Very good. Let's see if we can find any more. Oh, there's one. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Where?
There.
That's right. You are so good.
I'm here.
She's just saying hi. Hello.
You're the dinosaur.
What? Where's a dinosaur?
You're the dinosaur.
Oh my god, it's a dinosaur!
I'm the tiger.
Oh, it's a tiger?
I'm the tiger.
You're the tiger? Oh my god! Please don't eat me. Are you going to eat me?
No.
Oh, thank goodness. I was worried. Let's see, do you see any incense here?
That's a monster.
That's not a monster, that's a mech. Big difference. A mech is like a big robot that someone rides around in. See, here's the mech. Right there. But there's a person in it. Do you see the person up there?
Yeah.
They're riding around like you would in a car. They go chong 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 chong. Chong chong chong. Chong 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 chong.
Fire.
That's right.
It's a fire robot.
That's right, it is a fire robot. They really like fire for some reason. I don't know why though.
Do you have that
I
in
do.
your office?
I do. It's so people can hear me. Now, do you see another incense?
Yeah.
Where?
There.
Very good. Give me a high five.
Don't find the monster yet.
Don't worry, no monsters here. We're just helping light some...
Monster.
That... Okay, that does look a lot like a monster, I'm not gonna lie. We're gonna walk away from that.
Yeah.
We don't want to get involved. Wait, where?
That's glowing. That's glowing.
That's right, that's Anduin. I don't think he's a monster, but I could be wrong. Yeah, I've got an idea. We're gonna find out if he's a monster, okay? So we'll walk up to him, we're gonna say, I accuse you of being a demon. Quick, say it. I accuse you. Say it. Of being...
A monster.
A monster. Okay, he didn't turn into a monster. That's good. So, because he didn't turn into a monster, he's probably not a monster. We're safe, we're safe.
Monsters.
There are several dragons around here. I have a fire dragon, too. Do you see my fire dragon?
I'm the fire dragon.
You're the fire... Oh my god! No! No!
Oh no,
There's so many pipes. What do we do? What do we do with the pipes?
they go down.
Down. Oh no, pipes! Cocoon. Okay, we're good. Yeah, we're jumping. Jump. 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 Always something. Maybe old pipes behave now, yes? Even the roundest bolt would have to admit the results are impressive. Welcome to the team!
No.
What? The rats are our friends. They're very helpful friends. They help make candles. Do you like candles?
Yeah.
Now let's go see some of their candles. Now let's get on our fire dragon. Fire dragon.
The lava dragon.
That's right.
It can breathe lava out of its mouth.
That's right, it can. So you see all the candles?
Yeah.
We've got a lot of candles in here. Look at them. Here's candles. They haven't even been finished being made yet. Do you see all of them?
Yeah.
Considering earthen probably don't have wax, I'm not sure where all this comes from.
Stones.
Where's stones?
There. A frog stone.
Ribbit. Ribbit.
That frog has ears.
I hope that frog has ears. How is it going to listen otherwise?
Hey, I told you that won't move.
Oh, well, hopefully it won't move too soon. Look at the size of these candles. They're so big. And they're near the heat. And oh no, the heat! Ah!
Let's walk in the heat.
That's okay. We're fine in the heat. We like the heat. Heat is fun. We can go into the water too. Sploosh. See the water? Sploosh, 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 sploosh.
We don't see the water.
That's
The
okay.
water
Well, the water's on top of blue, so it's actually kind of hard to see. Probably on purpose.
I have a water dragon.
You do? Is this your water dragon?
Yeah.
It looks very cool.
There's someone in the water dragon.
Yep, that is a goblin. Don't worry about that. They're just hanging out.
Hey.
Make it quick. We're busy.
In the monster place.
Watch your step.
Monster? Wait, we're in the monster place right now. Sure?
Yeah.
What do we do then?
There's bad monsters in the monster place that won't eat us.
Oh no. You know what we have to do then, right? We have to break for lunch.